660 car into the gravel. Niels Kuhl gaining a position, not quite sure if there's anyone to blame between those. And even behind, I think the first time we talk about the Mercedes, that's the 189 car getting past the 27 McLaren into P34. So quick series of overtakes for you there, and the 203 car again very close to Scheben in front, excuse me, managed to make up the time that they lost by the interference of a back marker. Now coming into onto the start-finish straight, but I think too far back to try and move into turn 1. Has a quick look, but decides against it.
Zampieri certainly hunting around at the moment, unable to make anything stick, as also we've got Matthias Nietzsche in the number 8 Porsche going pretty competitively as it stands at the moment, just behind Victor Bow. Last time around gaining about 1.5 seconds, actually more so than that. Massive hard. I was too busy working out the gaps earlier. It was 2.1 seconds, as meanwhile yellow flag for Shooter 80 and 728 car. I think just a bit of a wide moment at 130 armor doesn't look to be too dramatic. So I think maybe a mistake of sorts for Victor Bow maybe last time around, but it's allowed Matthias to close in a bit. Another battle heating up is that between number 7 and number 48 of Trafka and Sebastian Erdmann, where it does seem like Trafka has a significant pace advantage over the Bentley. Goes clattering over the curbs in towards the first and second deck, and it goes wide on the exit. That might be the invitation that number 7 needs. Going to be squeezed towards the inside on the run up towards the hairpin, not leaving much room to impair the Race Anywhere SIMSOK car. Does have a 15-second penalty, so it's a little bit redundant perhaps defending like this, but certainly making Trafka work for it. And the number 7 car will have to try to find another opportunity elsewhere, but you have to imagine with the general pace that the number 7 car we know has had earlier on in the race, and equally has just been showing generally as almost sneakers on up the inside. We have a yellow flag out for Michael Mantle in the 340 McLaren that almost makes contact with the 202 Audi of Giacomelli in towards the Casio Triangle, and I think has had, unfortunately, a big incident through 130R and has given a bit of a facial reconstruction to that McLaren once again. As we've now got a yellow flag out for the number 13 of Victor Bow. That car's pulled off at turn 1 again. Gets going, but seemingly issues for that car, and of course that's allowed Matthias Nietzsche to make his way past, but yeah, something does seem to be a little bit awry for that number 7 car. Excuse me, not number 7, the number 13.
Yeah, just try to take a look at what happened there. Couldn't really spot any issues. The number 7 car that you actually mean, that is currently still chasing after Erdmann in front. Again, very close through the S's. 1/10 between them. Trying still to get that position in a very frustrating position of trying to get past someone. They're gonna get past during the pit stop phase anyway due to the 50-second penalty. Now side by side, coming into Digna 2, slots in back behind again. Making their way towards the hairpin, probably going to take a look down the inside. But Erdmann covering the inside line very well, so no chance for Trafka this time around. Let's take a look into Spoon, if they can try anything, but until they arrive there, we're just going to take a quick look at Zampieri, who's now 2/10 behind Paul Scheben again. So Scheben defending very well, as we indeed see Trafka trying to move down the inside into Spoon, but can't quite manage it this time around. We have another yellow flag down the back. I think that was actually Niklas Kuhl, if I'm not mistaken.
I did see a brief yellow for 728 of Shooter 80, but I think it may have just been a little bit of a small track excursion. I don't think there was anything too major going on in all of that. Someone who's really trying to find anywhere on the circuit to make a move is Trafka. He was weaving behind the Bentley, just trying to find a piece of tarmac to place his car and make a move stick. As Thomas Allendorf has just lost a position to Niels Kuhl on the run up towards Spoon Curve there. So the 169 Aston Martin making their way through. As just checking in on sort of some of our other battles. Zampieri's dropped back a little bit from Paul Shaban. A battle that may be about to take place is that between Dor and Samuele Spoto, 729 versus 127. Now, the 127 is a little bit out of position here because of the various events that have happened to that car so far during the race. I think it was a stop and go 30. I think there might have been, I'm not sure, maybe a bit of instruments damage as well. And the 729 Honda is looking like they're at quite similar pace, but hasn't been able to make anything stick just yet. And down towards 130R, won't be able to out-drag the Audi, but the Audi going very, very wide before Casio Triangle. Door staying behind for the time being. We'll have to see if he can set up something somewhere else on the circuit. Pretty tiny exit from the pair of them. As desperately trying to keep an eye on the 3 close battles we have going on at the same time. But I think Door, is he close enough to make anything stick towards turn 1 again? Having the Door shut on him. There's a pun in there somewhere. Shut on him in towards that corner. Yeah, the 127 just about managing to hold on to that. Zampieri had no luck down in towards turn 1 either. Trafka, though, may be the one out of this trio to finally make a move happen around the outside in towards 130R. Forced Erdman to defend there. I think had to get a little bit out of the throttle, and so did Trafka there through the exit of 130R because they almost came together there, avoiding action from the number 7 car, but has got a pretty strong exit, one of the strongest he's had in a while, and it's now firmly locked onto the gearbox of the Bentley. They've got John Papali not too far adrift of these two, but Trafka now trying to dive towards the inside for turn 1, and there's a tiny touch between the pair of them there. The Bentley sent wide, but does manage to keep it all pointing in the right direction in the end, and eventually the URL car, number 7, does get up into P13. I imagine he feels in the cockpit he's had to work a lot harder for that than he feels like he would have needed to. The 15-second time penalty of Erdman clearly sort of taking him out of this battle already, but does have a right to battle for the position on track. But yeah, in the end, Trafka finally making his way through as the gap between Door and Spoto has opened up, so I'm not quite sure whether or not, or how about that position ended up swapping around. So I was going to say our next closest battle is that between Zampieri and Shaban, but that has opened up to a second, I think, whilst they've been making their way through some traffic.
Sebastian Erdmann will be a bit more annoyed about that smaller punt because it now enabled the 2 car of John Papale behind to come somewhat close. 8/10 now the gap between them. So even though he would have lost that position anyway, I have a word or two to say about the contact between the 2 cars if he stands to lose another position because of it. But Papale falling back a bit now out of Spoon. And with that, I think for the first time since ages, no close battle going on right now.
Yeah, surprisingly empty at this point in time. One that I imagine is not going to be long until it's actually both much closer and also a very poignant battle is that between Bart Raven and Attila Kode. 2.6 seconds faster was Bart Raven on that last lap in the number 28 Ferrari. So Attila Kode, I think maybe is a combination of that was probably a bit of traffic perhaps, and I think also a lack of confidence in their cars. We've got a yellow flag out for the 63. That is Olin that is stranded on the exit of part of the S's, and I think it's up through Dunlop Curve. The Mercedes, so you're twitching the steering wheel, trying to find a moment to get going again, as does eventually actually decide to choose for reverse. Actually, I got entirely the wrong part of the circuit now. I do. It's actually right before the Casio Triangle. I was looking at the mini-map, and those two parts close together visually. But yeah, completely misunderstood where that Mercedes was. So unfortunately, only having some sort of moments there in that. But yeah, without a doubt, the battle for the silver class lead, I think, is going to be coming down very, very quickly because yeah, Kode does not seem to have the same level of pace as teammates of Knuckle and it escapes me the second driver that we had sitting in that car. So yeah, Bart Raven looking much more competitive as it stands, looking to close down that gap. As is Alessandro Zampieri, who's back within half a second of Porsche.
I'd be very interested to hear later on from the 420 team if there's any issue in the car. They should be coming around in the next 20 seconds for another lap. I'm eager to see this lap time because Kode does seem to struggle a lot, especially judging by that last lap time. It's already 4 tenths lost again on Bart Raven, so yeah, that battle should develop very soon, very quickly. So 2.3.5 last time around for Kode. That's around 1 second slower than Bart Raven in the 28 car. Zampieri, meanwhile, not really able to make up that much time either. Gap stays at around half a second. Has been looking very close to Sheben earlier on, but Sheben seemingly getting back into the groove after losing a few places at the start of the stint. But interestingly enough, on a completely different stint time as well, 1 hour and 4 minutes already in the car, so has to come into the pits in this lap, next lap, roundabout. So yeah, 5 minutes at the very latest should be coming in for the pit stop.
Yes, we'll see some shuffling around then. He's
John Papale meanwhile collects Erdmann, sorry to interrupt you, trying to get round. I think that was the one.
Oh dear, and Felix Dressler just went straight into the side of Erdmann there. That was stranded that most cars would manage to avoid him. Unfortunately, Drexler was not one of them, and that's a real shame. I didn't see the initial contacts on my side, but that was very unfortunate for Drexler in the background. Or Dressler, sorry.
Yeah, and still with the yellow flag still going very slowly. I think lost 3 players there. Zampieri got past Sheben meanwhile. I think Sheben made some sort of mistake. But yeah, very big contact. Not really anything that Erdmann could have done there. Stayed on the brakes, but just an unlucky position to be stationary on track, just coming out of Digna 2.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. As just also a bit of an update on the silver class battle. It does look like Kode has sort of got back to his normal pace. It's still though, although last time around I think actually some traffic may have made it quite a marginal difference between himself and Bart Raven, but that gap now has come down to almost about a second. It's just over a second between those two drivers, so there could well be a fight for the silver class lead taking place very shortly, as it does seem like the Ferrari of Bart Raven is in a much more competitive spot, gained actually a significant amount through the S's, and now that gap has come down to about 3/4 of a second, so found half a second in the opening part of the lap alone, and I think very much is going to be in contention for taking the silver class lead for the first time this race, away from Attila Kode very, very shortly. Attila doesn't quite, I haven't seen an instant where that car has been in the wars at all, as meanwhile drive-through penalty for number 13, so I think that's our, perhaps our second, it's either our second or third team that's unfortunate, I think, got a penalty as a result of track limits, so unfortunate stuff there for the number 13, and we know is suffering. Oh my goodness, suffering with some issues already. As meanwhile, fifth Dressler has just been overtaken. Oh, not entirely, by Jean-Paul Ribeiro. He gets very messy, makes a mistake. Oh no! And Jean-Paul gets he went completely off the circuit, clearly lost time. Unfortunately, the game has registered it as gaining, and now through making a mistake whilst trying to overtake the very battered and bruised BMW of Dressler, has got the 55 team a penalty, and Dressler, of course, very wounded at the moment, and that's allowing the Honda of, as a fact, I think that car's a lap either in front or down onto on Dressler. The Honda's just gone past, but a very unfortunate incident there for Ribeiro, who has now got Ryan Cooper for company as well, as they look to try to make a move potential, which is getting awkward with Dressler in front of all of this as well on the run down towards 130R, as Ribeiro goes down the inside, so does the Honda, as Victor Bowe comes in to serve his drive-through penalty, and both cars are making their way past Dressler in that last lap, as a little bit of a wiggle for Ryan Cooper on the exit, although the Aston Martin 55 then does dive into pits, as does Dressler behind, so actually we will start to see a few more cars making their pit stops around now, as you previously mentioned.
Yeah, for Dressler, that's probably simply to repair damages, which they have quite a lot. You could see the bonnet wobbling around like it was a rave. But for the 55 car, I'm not quite sure. That might just have been a scheduled stop, although that is quite soon. They have had only 15 minutes on the stint timer.
Also, there has been that change of lead for Silver Class. Unfortunately, did seem to miss it. I think that may have taken place on the last lap. Bart Raven then in the 28 Ferrari has managed to get that car up into the lead of the Silver Class. So both these cars are part of cracked racing. So not sure that the battle would have been too intense, although we did see SBQ racing, obviously having those cars going very hardly fought battle between those drivers earlier on, but Bart Raven making his way through in towards the lead of Silver Class, and yeah, we'll be looking to try to extend that margin as much as possible before the next series of pit stops and driver swaps end up taking place. And that was the car that won the Silver Class and finished well within the top 10 last time at Paul Ricard. So clearly strong pace and consistency in that Ferrari, and now looking to try to break away a little bit and open up a gap for the other drivers in the 28 team. I'm not sure if I've missed that one or forgotten that it was already there, but I see a 15-second penalty for Giacomelli in the 202 car, so that's unfortunate stuff there from him. Tobias Marble has just got into the car from Paul Shaban for the 991, so they've just done a pit stop. I think our closest battle on circuit right now is Kode versus Trafka.
Trafka running into the back of Kode there. I think that was out of Digma too.
Yeah, very much hung up on the gearbox of that McLaren. Kode clearly struggling with a bit of pace as Mammon Rutter further down the order has got a drive-through penalty. Kode's gone wide at the hairpin. I think we'll still have a battle perhaps on the run up the hill. Oh, I do not like that curb. That's particularly in something like the McLaren. There's a very scary bump on that inside apex on the run up through towards Spoon Curve. And if you get a little bit too greedy with that inside line, particularly in something like the McLaren, it really can unsettle the car. Thankfully, no major harm done for Kode, but losing out another position in the process.
Further down the field, we have Uros Huziak from Celtic Bromance trying to take a look at the 888 car, but I think falling back a bit now, getting overtaken by some front runners there, so that takes away quite a bit of pace he had and prematurely ends that fight. So let's just take a look around the grid. We have a yellow flag for the 189. Very brief yellow flag. Let's try to take a look at the replay and see what happened there. Might have just been going off Yeah, out of 140, yeah, a bit too wide, keeps it out of the wall, takes a trip through the gravel. But nothing major, probably just a few seconds lost in that incident. So
yeah,
the
not too significant.
number 5 car coming in for the drive-through, so disaster for them after that incident. Had to go into the pits to repair damages, drive-throughs directly afterwards, as we have another yellow flag for Beeswax Lawnmower, staying true to name, taking a trip through the grass. Yeah, just lost the back end, just about kept it out of the wall, and then while trying to rejoin, had another spin around. Beautifully done, and staying out of everyone's way. And we have another yellow flag. That's the number 13 car that was just stationary in track.
Garage that time around. So yeah, Victor Bow. We've seen that car pull over to the side a few times already, but yeah, this time it seems to be a little bit more of a critical issue, unfortunately, for the number 13. What happened to them, but it seems like they may have had some sort of technical issue throughout, as I've got a yellow flag popping up for the number 25 now. That's Timothy Glendinning in the Ferrari. Not quite sure what happened for them, down in 39th position at the moment. Yeah, disappointment for the 13 there. It seems to have had a bit of a troublesome race, and yeah, returning to garage, that is not a good sign for them.
Yeah, it's always sucks to see these sort of technical issues, and I think they also left the server just a few moments ago. I can't find them anymore on my timing sheet. So it looks like those technical issues have indeed been critical issues, and they have now had to retire from the race, sadly. Celtic Bromance, meanwhile, losing a few places after yellow flag. Now very close to the back of the AAA car and also under pressure from the 114 car. I think there was a small contact on the 114 car, spins around, just losing the back end out of 130R. Don't think that was due to any contact, but ending that fight with the 27 car. 27 car, however, still free to chase after the AAA car. 310s behind, coming out of the final corner. And that is the 201 car in front of him, so no back marker that will cause any issues in this fight. And also towards the front of the field we have yellow flag for Bart Raven. I was just about to say under pressure from Trafka, but lost the car somewhere and also lost P10. So I think that was coming into Spoon. Yeah, just took the aforementioned curb. Someone lost the car, and then Trafka said, "Thank you very much," dove down the outside, took P10. So the number 7 car now, after that incident early on in the race, at the very start, I think that even before turn 1, back into the top 10 and free to chase after their starting position of P3. With 4 hours still to go, I think very much on the table. So we have another yellow flag, this time for the 729 car. Quite a lot of yellow flags these last few minutes. Yeah, just losing it. I think that was into the hairpin. I'm not quite sure. And having to take a long way around while rejoining the track.
Yeah, some unfortunate stuff there for Bart Raven in all of that. Crucially, has held on to the Silver Class lead, so in terms of kind of the net effect of all of that, sort of nothing too detrimental. There's a sort of the flag coming out there for Moment in the 99 car in 5th place, but I don't think anything too significant going on there. Similar sort of story for Allendorf down in 27, so I think it's all being a bit reactive on my side of things, but yeah, things seem to have calmed down a little bit. I think next battle that could be on the way could be that of very quickly actually. Tobias Martel is right onto the gearbox of Armando Ortenzi. The 991 very much the faster, or almost 3 seconds faster last time around. The Audi defending the inside on the run up towards the first egg nut. BMW almost pushing him along through the apex and going a little bit wide on the exit. Might be all the invitation that the BMW needs on the run up towards the hairpin. Audi defending the inside. 901 sent towards the outside, trying to get good drive on the exit. The Audi though, oh dear, that was tricky between those two. It was a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, for the 48 car in the hands of James Warren. So that's the Bentley that's our next victim of track limits. That's the BMW of Martel, looking very competitive at the moment relative to the Audi, and diving towards the inside, almost contact between the pair of them through Spoon Curve, and I think the 115 completely had to open up steering then, and that's allowed Martel in that 991 car to draw alongside. To be a drag race between them and the Audi, a little bit of door-to-door, touching on the way to 130R, but I think Martel will have position done, and he will go through up into 14th place. So in the end, a fairly straightforward move, but several kind of elements to that on the run towards that. And the battle that I was actually thinking was going to be our next one of interest was that between Niels Cool and Shooter 80 for 25th position, because last time around Niels Cool was 1.5 seconds faster than Shooter 80 in front. Not sure what it would be this time around, but it looks like I think he's taken a chunk of time again. Another 3/10 for Niels Cool then, as James Warren, just emerging from the pit lane a little bit further upfield, has now actually got Manuel Rutter for company. So a few battles still kind of going back and forth and emerging for us.
Yeah, but 48 Bentley, we have seen quite a lot of so far, again finding themselves in another battle. Also now after the pit stops with the added drawback of cold tires, trying to defend from Manuel Rutter, who will have some level of anger driving with him in the car after those incident-riddled last few laps, trying to make up a few positions as we have another crash further down the field. That's quite a lot of cars involved.
I think it was 17 of Reed Aldred and Thomas Wright in the 660. It looked like was going quite slowly, but yeah, Reed Aldred definitely. Oh, actually, no, they're in two different places on the circuit. I think Thomas Wright may have had a small incident, but Reed Aldred definitely was the car that was having major issues at the tail end of the circuit. I think on the exit Casio Triangle. So I think two separate instances going on. Again, the Suzuka layout not doing us any favours in terms of those being in close proximity to each other. But yeah, not sure what happened there.
I sadly can't find it on the replay anymore.
Meanwhile, in all of that, we've got a yellow flag out now for the 99. So the 99 car, what's happening? That's Jack Young. Not sure if there was an incident down in towards turn 1 or 2 potentially, but definitely something seemed to be going on. There's got a bit of traffic in front at the moment. Meanwhile, also James Warren and Manuel Rutter have swapped around since the 48 car emerged from the pit lane to serve their drive-through. So James Warren now in the Bentley, making a little bit of a mistake in turn 2 as well, now losing some time to them, to the number 5 car. And Niels Cool now down the inside of Shooter 80, as there's a Honda that was stricken in the way, trying to get out of the way as well, and the 169 car capitalising on all of that chaos and managing to go around the outside in towards the S's and getting the move done on Shooter 80, who hasn't given up on the position just yet, but definitely is still lost out there, but is very much in the background trying to recover.
James Warren hasn't given up a position neither, just tried to dive down the inside of Rutter coming out of, I think that was Stegner too, but yeah, struck one tire too much into the gravel, lost a bit of time, which he has already made back up again, coming into the hairpin, now on their way to Spoon, trying to retake that position. The 48 car should be a bit further ahead, judging by what we have seen over the last few laps, but of course they just came out of the pits and facing about the same issue that the number 7 car has been facing, where they are on a different pit strategy, pitting much earlier than the other drivers, and price for that is that they have to get past quite a few cars, that they are faster. They have to get quite past a few cars. Mental fatigue also setting in the commentary box.
It's well, you know, that is the case with these long endurance races, both for the drivers trying to maintain their concentration, and yes, and like you say, us in the comms box trying to work out what is going on with some of this action. Looking at the gaps on the circuit at the moment, still the closest that we have is that between James Warren and Manuel Rutter, but I think that gap will slowly open out, much like Niels Kuhl and Shooter 80. Meanwhile, at the tail end of the grid, we've got the 666 car in the hand of Jack Game in the Beeswax Racing car of Lexus that has had a few issues at various points. Now closing in on the Mercedes of Olin in the 63 car, so gained a few tenths on the last lap, so may be able to make something happen shortly, although did lose considerably out on the exit of the hairpin there, so that gap going back and forth somewhat. Also did just want to check in on sort of looking at the lap times at the pointier end of the grid. So last time around, initially this might be subject slightly to traffic and things like that, but Mats Lindholm Anderson did a 201.6. Our race leader did a 201 dead. So Lindholm Anderson, I'm not sure, maybe losing a bit of pace now, is only 6 seconds now behind Marcel Julian Kalb in the 42 Aston Martin, currently sitting in 4th place. So definitely still reeling in the Aston at quite a rate of knots. So we'll be looking to try and challenge for the top 4 in the near future. And the gap to the race leader, when I last measured it, was about 96 seconds. Doing some quick maths, it is now sitting up at about 98 based on my calculations. So I think maybe the pace switching back towards the race leader a bit. So running out of time for the number 49 car to have a hope of sort of working its way towards the front of the pack. Still could very much be in contention for a podium, there's no doubt about that. The pace is certainly on target, I think, for that in the next 4.5 hours, but getting all the way back to the race leading positions, they take a huge amount of curve actually through a Casio triangle, maybe a bit more tricky, as the 666, or 656 actually, excuse me, of Marcel Sinolta has just had a moment through the S's, has got going again just in front of the 169 car, but the Honda having a little bit of a wonky moment through there by the looks of it.
Jack Young very close to the back of Coda now, 1/10 between them, as Jack Game in the 666 car has to abort a fight to get out of last position. Lost quite a bit of time there, and I think that was Coda going wide in the spoon. Just missing the braking point, going wide, and that promotes Jack Young into P11. So the 420 losing another position.
Yeah, it's also actually now coming under pressure from a back mark as well. The Mercedes, that is the is that in that car? It's not too many Mercedes we have on the grid. That is Smoggy in the 189 car. So it's Smoggy, another one of the cracked racing teams making their way past Kode, who really has seemingly struggled for pace in this stint and is now already 11 seconds behind Bart Raven. So bearing in mind, in this stint alone, I think Bart Raven must have recovered almost 20 seconds to get to where Kode was on track, and now has gapped him by a further 11 seconds. So Bart Raven really working wonders for the 28 team, for them trying to make it a back-to-back victory in the Endurance Series for the first couple of rounds, and yeah, and certainly have put themselves in a strong position to try to do so at the moment. Actual facts are I've done. Oh no, there's the gaps. I'm getting confused between the various deltas. As I see another yellow flag for who was that just popped up on the screen? It was a car that ended in a 7. I have a feeling it might have been Reed Aldred. I'm not sure. There was a brief yellow flag for Matthias Nietzsche as well through turns 1 and 2, but seemingly couldn't see anything too dramatic going on in all of that. And our next closest fight on circuit ends up becoming between Manuel Rutter and Yannick Lautenschläger in the 2M4s, with Rutter taking out 1.4 seconds on the last lap from Lautenschläger in the 77 car, so may be able to make a move fairly shortly.
Both cars on different strategies, so Lautenschläger in front should have to pit any minute now. Also two sister cars, both the Hela Gewürztkeit Job Racing team cars. Wouldn't be too surprised if Lautenschläger lets Rutter past any second now to not hold him up anymore, because James Rowan behind, excuse me, very close again to Rutter. So Rutter will have a lot, will want Lautenschläger to get out of the way anytime soon, or rather dive into the pits anytime soon. Which he should probably have to do on this lap, actually.
Yeah, I also just saw a brief yellow flag out for Tango in the number 1 car. But I didn't see anything too dramatic there. But Manuel Rutter sustaining pressure onto Lautenschläger in that BMW, and the number 5 car trying to line up a better exit. Did seem and Lautenschläger straight into the pit, so that will bring it close to that little squabble. But it has allowed James Warren to close up in all of that, who's only now 3/10 adrift of the M4 in front. As to think about a move down towards turn 1, he's not quite close enough. Always a big slide for James Warren in the 48 car. Just about keeps under control through turn 2, but holds on to that for the time being. As Remco Langdijk in the 55 has just emerged out of the pits, not too far adrift behind them. But generally speaking, other than this battle between Warren, who goes wide again, puts a wheel out on the grass and loses a bit of momentum, that as it stands at the moment, we don't have too much in the way of any close fights, which is not sort of the feeling and the sight that we've had during all of this race, because it has nicely for us in this endurance been a little bit in terms of non-stop action. But right now, James Warren and Manuel Rutter closest on circuit, with our next closest battle being between Tanguy and Palou in the 760 car.
Yeah, it's pretty much a similar story that we have often enough seen in these endurance races. Towards the middle of the race, things tend to calm down a bit. You have first signs of mental fatigue, of course, of drivers just getting a bit exhausted, not wanting to throw away the race after you've already invested half a Saturday into the race, but also trying to get somewhat settled. Meanwhile, we can see the race leaders going into the pits, both the 444 car and the number 3 car of Pichman and Fidel Libos, currently getting a new set of tires and a new batch of fuel. James Brown, meanwhile, still trying to follow after Rutter, but lost quite some time. Rutter now with some backmarkers in front to contend to. We have a yellow flag for the number 17.
Also a yellow flag for Bart Raven in 28. So I'm not sure if those two aspects were linked. They were at similar parts of the circuit, so it could be something going on with those. So I'm not sure what happened to our silver class leader, who has lost some time in all of that. We've also got an overtake attempting to happen down towards turn 1 and 2 between Thomas Allendorf and Richard Benz in the 777. The 777 holding off the M4 just behind for the time being. So I think that's been a battle that's emerged in all of the other shuffles. But yeah, that was was a difficult moment for the 28 car. Not sure what happened to them. Oh no, there's a stop-go 30-second penalty for the 420. So the car that was the silver class leader for so long has sped into the pit lane, unfortunately, and their chances of getting a silver class win were already looking a little bit troublesome, with Kode falling down the order a bit. And I imagine that Bart Raven will be breathing a sigh of relief because he seemed to have a moment not too long ago, but that really helped cement their position for maintaining the silver class lead, with the 420 car making that mistake. So very difficult parts of the race for them to face. It's Logue in that car at this point in time, and yeah, he'll have to serve that fairly swiftly, of course. Bart Raven coming into the pit for their scheduled pit stop as we going to make our way into this next flurry of stops. But yeah, that is a significant point in the race for the silver class lead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's probably just another driver getting caught out by the missing pit board, actually. For people not aware with sim racing, it might seem somewhat silly, but just that one board saying this is the pit not being there anymore is often enough to just catch up drivers, and they just miss the line where you have to enable the pit speed limiter, and it's a much bigger issue than you would think.
Yeah, it is unfortunately very very difficult to judge sometimes. Unfortunately, Kode, yeah, he'll probably be feeling a little bit disappointed with the pace that he had in that stint, losing time out and losing the silver class lead, and unfortunately then making that mistake on the entry to the pit lane as well was yeah, that is certainly a bit of a nail in the coffin for that one. They've into the 28 car, they've now got Liam Gilo in the now silver class lead, and we'll have to see where Logue in the 420 car comes out in all of that, because yeah, he's going to plummet down the order, I imagine, with that currently sitting in P15, P2 in class. I'm not sure if they'll lose any further positions in class amongst all of that, as I think Dor in the 729 just made a position over Daniel van der Linde, although it could have been just some cars emerging out of the pit zone. I wasn't 100% certain, but yeah, Logan the 420 serving his stop and go 30-second penalty, and difficult times there for that car. As meanwhile, a gap that's been coming down fairly consistently over the last few laps is Mats Lidham Andersen. He's taken another half a second out in the last lap from the 42 of Marcel Julien Kaub in the number 42 car, and is very close up to the back of trying to challenge for 4th place, which again, this was our race leader by a decent margin as well, had an issue with the pit stop phase and then dropped down the order with an extra pit stop, but has soldiered their way up the order to now be challenging around for 4th place outright. So
But
very good recovery from them.
They will have to pit this lap, so probably not going to challenge, and does indeed dive into the pits.
Yep, so Lidham Andersen then looks like got that nicely spotted, and down to the speed limit, as coming in just behind was one of the other BMWs, actually a couple in the background as well, as the 201 BMW that was sitting in P3 in this race, I do believe, behind the 444, has come into the pits and is serving their stop. Obviously more drivers working their way through the driver swap phase as we make our way through the next batch of pit stops, as on track not too much in the way of battles going on at the moment. Closest one perhaps is Casper Bjork and Joris Hutchak in the 2 McLarens. Oh dear, as Casper Bjork, as I say that, has driven off into Narnia briefly on the exit of turn 2, and has lost a chunk of time there to Joris, so that's allowed that gap to open up, and this means that we don't have too much in the way of battles going on circuit, but I'm sure that once everyone completes all their pit stops, that things will shuffle around, and see how they all emerge and all that.
So pit stop phase just about over. Still 1 or 2 drivers, especially P3 P4. That's Marcel Julian Kalb. And Alessandro Sampieri is still having to pit from P3 and P4. Other than that, most drivers made their way into the pits, and with no close battle on track at the moment, I think this is a good place to end this part of the stream and send you all over to part 2 of the stream. The link is already posted in the chat, where we will carry on for the second half of the race. I say we, Chinson will take over from me, and also Christian Romero will show up soon and take over from John. And yeah, thank you, John, for being here with me, especially working through illness, the absolute trooper that he is.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, and I've certainly enjoyed doing these opening few hours. As just briefly, we've got a yellow flag out for the 25 car of Glendinning. I'm not sure what happened there, unfortunately. The Ferrari just recuperating things on the exit of the first Egner. But yeah, it's been an eventful opening few hours of the stream. Thoroughly enjoyed doing it. The voice just about held up, but again, it's I think it's graining and wearing out about as quickly as some of these drivers' tyres at the moment. So yeah, so it's a good time to dip out. But yeah, big thanks to you as well, Tetra, for also doing the hosting duties on side of things. Fantastic lead comms for the opening half of this race.
Thank you very much. So yeah, to everyone still listening, still viewing in chat, you can now make your way over to part 2 of the stream, and we will see each other there.
Indeed you will, gentlemen. I've been watching since the start. It's been quite an interesting start, to say the least, and you gentlemen have absolutely done an amazing job from the get-go. And I think, was it you doing the Super Bowl this morning as well, John?
It was, yes. Yeah, myself and Luke were covering Super Bowl. So yeah, that was an exciting opener to the day, and we've had pretty much non-stop action all the way through the opening half of the race, and the brief rain shower certainly shook things up a bit. And yeah, then going into the second half, doesn't seem like we've got too much changing in the way of weather just yet. But yeah, interesting things on the horizon.
Yeah, not for the moment. It looks like the sun is starting to go down as well, so it's quite awkward around a track like this as well, because it rises and dips, and if you catch the sun at the wrong point, I think you get a face of it going into the second of the Degners as well. So it is quite interesting to pick your braking point. I've seen a few drivers run wide as well.
Yeah, without doubt. But yes, I shall drop out here though. But and yes, I think seeing some much needed vocal care on my front. But yeah, so yeah, thanks so much, Tetra, for the opening half of the race, and yeah, just enjoy the second. I hope when Christian arrives, you have an exciting second half of the race, and look forward to seeing it unfold.
I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, gentlemen. Enjoy your rest. So as we tick down to quite appropriately 4 hours and 20 minutes, nice. There has been quite a bit of action on the track, especially at Suzuka. It is a challenging circuit, to say the very least. It's got pretty much everything, doesn't it? It's got tight turns, it's got fast turns, it's got straights, it's got heavy braking zones. It is quite a nice circuit, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it myself. In terms of a racing circuit, I will be honest.
I think it's a great circuit to just watch races live. I think it's a terrible circuit to drive, but possibly because I'm just a terrible driver.
I doubt that. I very much doubt that. No, like, I've driven it on like the F1 games. It's okay. I've tried to drive it on ACC, and I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know if it's just me. It will be me. I'll say that right now. It will be me. It just, yeah, I just haven't seemed to have a nice I don't know, bond with it, rhythm with it. I'm just saying bond seems a little bit weird. But yeah, it's definitely one of the tracks where you can get a fair amount of action. As F1, should I say, was it last week?
Yeah, last week.
Yeah, last week, when it did eventually get going. Thank you very much for that. Got up at 6 o'clock for no reason. But yeah, it can be quite an interesting track. I haven't 100% been all over it in ACC, but I do kind of want to give it another go. I'm a lot more comfortable with ACC and like unknown tracks and like tracks I'm not that happy with, so I might give that a blast this week. But I've got an hour of Paul Ricard on Friday, which I do quite enjoy in a GT car.
I think that's I do tend to agree, but I think that's an opinion that will make a lot of people very angry. Liking Paul Ricard but disliking Suzuka.
Yeah, I mean, hate me if you will, but like I can't get a good rhythm with Suzuka in a TT3 car. It's like I can't get a good rhythm with a few of them. And like it just doesn't mix well for me. But like Paul Ricard, I can get into a certain rhythm, and it just makes it a lot more enjoyable. Like, fair play to people who absolutely love this track. Although if you love Bathurst, I don't know what's wrong with you. That is just a monstrosity. I'm sorry if you do like that track, Tetra.
Bathurst is brilliant. If I could ever finish a single lap, it would be probably one of my favorite circuits.
Yeah, if it had actual, like what Suzuka has plenty of, which is runoff, probably wouldn't be too bad. And I'm not including like the 2 acres of farmland you get after you come down the hill, which is the majority of the track. But yeah, I mean, I've been watching it. That's been quite interesting. But yeah, it's been a few close battles, but they're all spreading out a little bit at the minute. I think the only thing at the minute is Jaguar and maybe a little bit of pressure from Matsland Anderson in that Audi, which is just the Audi I don't think has really put a foot wrong. Although, where was our pole sitter? Where's our pole sitter gone? They've dropped far down the ladder, haven't they? Because I did watch Super Bowl this morning. Just trying to think who that was. But yeah, closest on track. Oh, a 5-second penalty for the 444. Where's this come from? Is that embrace control? Is it a fault for a push to pass action? That's the first time I've heard of that one. I'm going to assume push to pass would be, I don't know, is that more, I believe, flag offence? Push to pass?
Actually, yeah, I'm reading this for the first time. I think push to pass is normally what I would imagine.
Yeah, Matsland and Anderson making it pretty easy out of spoon, going up to 130R. Probably leaving it a little bit late to make the move, but making it very, very commandingly and keeping it nice and tidy through the final corner as well. Still moving them back up into the top four. But yeah, push to pass I've always associated with IndyCar, because you do have that option. There's a little button and it kind of like lowers the butt of the car down, so you get a little bit less drag, so it'll They use it in. I do know they use it in the ovals, especially in like the ones like Indy 500. That is quite a common one. But yeah, I've never heard of it in GT racing.
I'm guessing just some sort of small contact we're trying to overtake. I think the 444 car and the 203 car have been involved in some fighting earlier on. So it's a penalty for lap 69 as well, so that's almost 1.5 hours ago. Too far back for my memory to still work.
Yeah. Yeah, it is grueling when you do around 4 hours on the track. You just keep going and going and going and going and going. But it is always nice to have someone to bounce off of, especially yeah, mad props to John. Like, no, he's not feeling great, but it's like, you know what, I'll do it anyway. Let's go. He says his voice was getting a little bit gravelly. I didn't hear anything. His voice was. I mean, I'm not a vocal coach or anything, but his voice sounded perfect. Yeah, Max Lind Anderson just I think making use of them fresh tyres and pulling out quite a bit of time on Jack Young in that MSL Racing BMW. We do have a little bit further back Chris Tanguy trying to overtake, or rather be overtaken by...
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. So Tanguy just got past backmarker, but now getting overtaken as well by the number 3 car, I think. So that was the race leader trying to get past, and at the same time trying to chase after the 420 car, and that was the 127 car.
Quite a way off the track. It reminds me a little bit of Charles Leclerc last week, to be honest. But yeah, the NSX is, it's a dark horse, that, because it can be really good and then it can be really bad. In a straight line, it's a champion, but like it depends on the circuit and if you can set it up perfectly. Like, a lot of the cars will do with an okay setup, and you can kind of just like push it to how you want it. But I don't think the NSX is like that. The NSX is very, very precise, which I wouldn't expect anything less from Honda. With the amount of cars they have, as well as Nissan as well, those quite nice performance cars. I think only the GTRs come to mind. We will see. We have the 127 of Antonio Fedeli and the Jean Alesi Esports Academy, both going into the hairpin, going up the inside. The Nissan going very wide, and the Audi is past that Nissan. The BMW that was chasing it was not, and I think that is Fedeli up into P26.
Quite easy work there. We're probably just going a bit wide. Fedeli also just basically retaking positions he lost last lap while going a bit too wide into the Casio triangle.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. We're just waiting. Yeah, the 728 NSX didn't really make it much. Didn't really make it that hard. Whether the NSX did a bit of a lock going into the hairpin and going quite wide as a result, we won't know, or whether it was just a decision of they're much faster than me. They're much faster than me. It's not worth burning up all my tyres to try and defend. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like everyone is racing for position, but it's also a thing. It is a numbers game as well. If you don't have the performance in your car at the moment to fight, or you're defend, or you're racing certain people, certain teams, it can be more of a benefit than a detriment to let them by, because then they start dragging you along and dragging you away from the guys you don't want chasing you down. But I think that 728 is in a little bit more trouble with the 777 BMW Raining Thunder. Degners under the bridge. You know, 7 to 8's pulled out a little bit of time. Make the same mistake. No, it's nice and tight through there this time. A little bit wider to get on the parrot a little bit earlier, which I have seen quite a few different categories doing that now, as opposed to going right to the apex of that. They are going out quite wide just to try and get a little bit more traction on exit, which is quite interesting to see.
It's a lot of corners actually, but I've noticed a lot of drivers taking very different lines. Of course, we have quite a big gap in experience on the grid. Normally, we of course have tier 1 and tier 2 in the endurance season. This time, it's only 1, with all drivers from all levels of ability on track. So of course, naturally, there will be some different lines being taken. But yeah, even among the front runners, sometimes they just take it a bit differently.
Yeah, great example there. The NSX not cutting the entry of that chicane too much, was the BMW taking quite a hefty chunk out to get a bit of a wider entry to the second part of that chicane and get a better run. And it does seem to have worked. They do seem to have a little bit of a higher top speed, as the BMW does have a look at the inside of that NSX, but maybe a little bit too far back for the liking of that BMW. And I believe that's the Celtic Bronze. Aston Martin behind them as well, if I'm not mistaken. Couple close battles as well. James Warren is being challenged by Logan Dick in the 55 Aston Martin. Lubitsch and Van der Linde also fighting for position, just over half a second between those two as well. But the closest battle we do have at the moment is the one that we have on the screen between Raining Thunder and Blind Guy Murphy in the 777 BMW and the 728 NSX respectively. We will also have Christine joining us at some point during the evening. He was checking things and he said he was going to get some food, so he will be along. I would imagine fairly soon, so you can get your well-earned rest as well, Tetra.
Speaking of the devil, yeah, there he is.
There, and lo and behold, he appears. Say his name and he shall appear.
Hello.
How you doing,
Good
Christian?
day to you.
Good morning, everyone. I tried to be as precise as possible. I've just missed a couple of minutes, but and I was also watching the race, and it has been pretty chaotic in some moments, but it's been great considering Suzuka. It's an always great track to watch and talk about.
Yeah, Suzuka's always one of those where you can expect a nice race as as it gets very busy into turn 1. 777 going up the inside. Can he make it stick going into the S's? I think the 728 might just have the legs, but the BMW has the brakes, and the NSX is also being hounded by the 660 as well now. So that is for position, and that NSX looks to be in a little bit of trouble, dropping back maybe a fair few positions, possibly 2 or 3, as I think that BMW now just wants to run away with it. As Tom was right in that Audi was absolutely exceptional, extraordinarily tidy to take as much advantage as possible. But yeah, that 728 has dropped back something fierce, so there may be either a technical issue or just a performance decrease on the car for some reason.
So, yeah, with currently, I think that was pretty much a close battle on track that has ended a bit prematurely. I will leave you to it and take some rest before watching the rest of the race. from the comfort of my couch.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one, have fun, and hopefully it will be a very good race to the end. And also, thank you to everyone for watching part 1, and stick around for the rest of the race. It's going to be a very good one.
Thank you, mate. Okay.
So, as we come up, we are going to keep on with this battle with the 660 and the 777. As we go up, I am going to have a look at the. I'm going to have a quick look at the starting grid sheet that's kindly provided by one of the admin team X, who is knocking about somewhere around the circuit. He will be somewhere, or at least his team will be. Once again, though, a massive shout out to John Watts and Tetradex for absolutely nailing the first half of the race commentary-wise. And I do know John did the Super Pole this morning as well, so absolutely stellar effort from those two. You're stuck with, well, you have Christian, and then you're also stuck with me. I am sorry. So yeah, in terms of an order for the top 10, so we had 49 starting on pole position, which I'm not seeing the 49. The 49 is in P4 at the moment, as that 660 Audi is having a look into Spoon, and the BMW is running quite wide there and losing a lot of speed, and now the number 5 is up the inside as well, and that was a very tiny move from the 660, well held, and off into the distance, down to the famous 130. What are your opinions on this track, Christian? Love it or hate it? In a
Okay.
GT3 car.
Suzuka is controversial in some ways. There are some people that really hate the track because it's very, it has a lot of twisty sections and a lot of aggressive turns. Like you have diagonal, where you have to be absolutely precise, and the minimal mistake gives you a gravel trip. And there are some people that, like me, loves it because it's the only track grade 1 famously recognized as a 8 an 8 track, which means that it isn't nor clockwise nor anti-clockwise, so it's literally an 8, and is sincerely one of the beauty of this track. But over there, it's also one of the most interesting in terms of endurance, because you have a lot of different variations. You have the S's, you have diagonals, you have the hairpin, you have spoon, 130R, all different turns and all different steps, to be honest. I remember that a lot of drivers, I take me as an example, are like slowing in sector 1, but in sector 2 they gain back what they lost in sector 1. It all depends on who you're looking at. Some people prefer the sector 1, some people prefer sector 2, some people prefer sector 3. Some people overtake in, oh, there is multiple contacts in P21. Oh, there is freeway situation between the Porsche number 8 and I think that's the Martin.
Oh, that is a lot of cars heading towards.
Yeah, I was looking at them.
Are there some back markers in there as well?
Yeah, I think it's a sandwich of people in back market, but the 760 is making the overtake on Nisha. That's for P20.
760 going up the inside, Porsche getting a little bit out of shape and losing time there, but the slipstream will help them, and it is now Porsche, as you can see on your screen, Porsche, Aston Martin, NSX, and a Bentley at the front. As the Bentley gets a whack from the NSX through 130R and runs wide, comes back.
Figure the Bentley, ooh, big touch!
More contact from the Bentley 48 and the 760. So probably a little bit aggressive on the re-entry. There was plenty of space there, but yeah, that was definitely living up to what the other guys have described as quite an interesting race so far, and we still have 4 hours. But now it's the interesting time where the sun has dropped, the track temperature will drop, and the lights come on.
The thing is that with all the back markers that we have to face and to approach, a lot of drivers get really aggressive because of the tension between their point of view, whether being a back marker or someone faster. And after 4 hours, you probably have the sort of right to say, for this time I don't let you pass, or the opposite way, like for this time you let me pass no matter what. And sometimes these kind of people can get in contact, like we saw just a few seconds ago. There is an overtake for 6th position, the Audi goes into the inside in chicane, onto the BMW he goes, so Dana makes the position of Muddle.
And 991's not giving up, has a little bit of a look. The BMW, it's BMW versus Audi. The BMW's running very wide through the final turn.
Dive bomb from the Audi driver, and the Italian made the overtake even before the chicane, taking some risks.
Outside, Audi's keeping a tight line in there, making sure there's no chance of a dive bomb into turn 1. Very smart from those two. That was very good. Yeah, I agree with what you said, Christian, about the track. It basically has everything you need. Everything like for a racetrack. You have mid-speed corners, high-speed corners, low speed, slow corners, sharp corners, chicanes, hairpins, long straight, fast turns. It is a fun track. One of the commentators' mics is a bit low. That's probably going to be Christian, so let me just turn him on.
The thing is that a lot of people have to make the overtakes in different position of the track. Like I was saying before, you basically have a setup that maybe is made for sector 2, and some people have a sector 1 made. So you need to decide even before the race where you can overtake. And it's a bit of a fascinating thing because you have to play tactical. It's like playing chess. You have to plan your overtakes because your setup depends on where you want to overtake. Whether you want a low downforce setup so to sector 3, a high downforce setup so sector 1, a more aggressive setup so sector 2. It's a bit of an astonishing thing, and Suzuka is probably the only one. Maybe Nürburgring is about there, but Suzuka is the best one around this particular section of the setup settings.
Just on a note on the audio, I do apologise, guys. I do a couple of different things with OBS, and I haven't yet figured out how to sort. I'm on a backup mic, so I haven't yet figured out what I need to do to get it right. I do apologise. We'll learn as we go. Thank you very much for the feedback, though, guys. If you do notice any other issues, please do let us know. Or if you just want to say hi, that's perfectly fine as well. I was going to go somewhere with the conversation you had, Christian, and I've completely forgot what I was saying. Well, what I was going to say, rather.
We were talking about track and things. By the way, there is some overtakes going on in P23. I think Aston Martin is about there to make an overtake on the BMW and Degner.
Yeah, I was keeping a little bit of an eye on this. There's currently 3 cars all fighting for what will be P22. At the front of that is Daniel van der Linde. You have Alfred Lubick on the screen as well, and also being chased by James Holder in the 169 Aston. So yeah, it's quite. It's been quite a close thing.
Oh, he's off.
What has happened to
on
the 999? Possibly, where is that? That's out of the hairpin. So possibly a little bit too ambitious on the throttle, just causing the car to be a little bit unhappy on the rear end.
I will look at the replay and let you know.
Yes, we now, unfortunately, we only now have a two-way
battle.
He
went on the curb.
Oh, he clipped the curb. Speaking of which, the Aston Martin staying well away from the inside curb of 130R, which is not something you see too often. Normally they will clip that just a little bit, as he clips the rest of the curves very nicely, gets a nice run down and going for the line. So it's about 1.2 seconds, so that a Wiley Beamer definitely has definitely caused a little bit of a time loss for the 169. As we head back up to the top of the field, so we have Francesco Filibus in the lead with the virtual racing team number 3 Aston Martin. They started second, so they did start on the front row. So it is a nice race for them so far. We then have the Triple Four, and that is currently being driven by Leon Byrne, who did start in 7th, so they have made up quite a few places. We've got one of the SPQR cars, the 201 BMW, which is currently being driven by Matteo Morano, and that started in 9th. So again, quite a nice haul of positions so far. Currently on the podium, we then have Mats Lindholm Anderson in the Racing and Sim Sport 49 Aston Martin, the Audi, who started from pole position, as the 201 just has a look up the inside into the final chicane on a backmarker NSX. We then have one Jack Young in the 99 BMW in MSL Racing. They started in 5th, they're currently running in 5th, so it is a solid effort from them so far. Who do we have next? We have the 203, which is another one of the SPQR Racing cars, so I believe that all 3 of those did make it into the Super Pole this morning. The 203 currently being piloted by Giuseppe Dana. We then have Tobias Madl in the 991 Garage 991 BMW. They started in 6th, so they have lost 1 position. We have Sinotti in the 202 SPQR Racing Teams. That's the 3rd car of that, and that started in 4th, so they have dropped a few spots as well. We have Jarzbowski in the Forza Italia PLE Racing team. They started in 13th, so they've climbed a nice way into the top 10. And then we currently have Trafka in the number 7 BMW, which started in 3rd, so a little bit of a drop for them. So that is how your original top 10 is currently holding up. And I think at the moment the closest one we have is the 169 and the triple, no, not the 777, the 777.
656 off track? Yep.
I think I see that's at the...
Yep, 656 is currently going backwards in the chicane.
That's at the final turn, isn't it?
But no damage whatsoever, I think.
There is quite a lot of runoff in the in that area. Like, yeah, there's a lot of runoff around this track in general, apart from a few select areas. Probably like the area we do have now. We're in the run up to 130R, as James Holder in the Aston Martin does let through a lapping car. I can't exactly see which one that is at the moment. That is the 99. So that is the car currently sat in P5.
By the way, I think a question that before there was, so Liam Giro has a 15 seconds penalty, and I think for making a contact. I will look at what happened exactly.
Let's have a look in. So that was the 28. That is from race control. So that was on lap 99. We are now on. So they are. The stewards are still having a look. 15-second time penalty for car 28 and 2 license points for causing a moderate avoidable collision. So yeah, we're on round. I think we're on round 2. Was me. Yep, that was me. But yeah, so it is a 4-round season this time. Got Suzuka. We have Suzuka. Did we have Paul Ricard last time?
Paul Ricard was round 1, and next one will be Nürburgring, and the finale will be at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yes, Paul Ricard first, Suzuka, Nürburgring, and then the Indy, but not the good Indy. We'll skip over that. But yeah, so we've got 10 hours of the Nürburgring next time and 8 hours of Suzuka. So yeah, I mean, even if you have even if there are only 4 rounds, you don't want to be racking up license points because there is still quite a lot of time to go. So you don't want to be racking them up and have any issues as both, I believe, the Aston Martin is getting very close to this 77 BMW through 130R. Aston's a little bit wider and possibly a little bit later on the brakes to try and get it. Nice chunk of curb there, a little bit wider through there, so they will lose a little bit of speed on that.
The thing is that the Aston is slightly more well, the BMW is more stable than the Aston because the BMW is a heavy car with a very low center of gravity. So you can really push the car as much as you want, and you will probably stay on track as much as you want. While the Aston is slightly more. Oh, there is an overtake, I think, for P16. Not really. It was just a tentative.
Don't get us all excited, Christian.
Sorry, I know you are looking at the overtake, a possible overtake from older side. So I'm looking at Bernard versus Tanguy, and both of the battle are basically a wall trying, and also there is Strafka making the overtake on the 42 on the 500. Sorry, on the outside of turn 1. He makes the overtake, maybe not, maybe yes. The BMW on the outside. Number 7 gets into the inside of the Ferrari number 500 and makes position for number 9. So the number 7 gets in P9.
How many license points did you get in trouble? I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it will be in the details for the season. But it's probably a good idea to not try and rack up too many. Let's put it that way. So yeah, quite a few things happening on track between the 500 and the number 7. We are still on board with the 169 chasing down the 77 into 130R again. I think they need to be a little bit. Oh, the Aston Martin running fairly wide through there. So that's either dirty air or that is tyres going off. We will have to see as James Warren in the 48 Bentley comes into the pits. So yeah, that is something that they are now up in position due to a pit stop, but we'll see how they get on. But yeah, the Aston and the BMW, they are quite evenly matched in terms of drivability. They're not incredibly hard to handle. The only thing I'd probably say the Aston's got over the Beamer is the Aston doesn't have steering like it feels like it's 6 tons. As he has a look up the inside in one of the S's, possibly a little bit ambitious, so he's having a bit of a go into the Dunlop curve. This Aston's definitely having a look, but I'd probably say he should be a little bit more conservative, because it's not the best idea to probably go there. But yeah, I mean, if you can overtake there, if you're confident there, why not? As the Aston has a little bit of grip issue into and out of the second Degner, as the 203 Audi comes absolutely flying out of nowhere to lap the 169 Aston in P22. I almost said the 22 Aston there.
Talking about different cars, there is also a bit of a battle in the sim racing community, because now the real weapon in Assetto Corsa is Honda versus Aston, because both of the cars are heavily, very good compared to any each and any car. The thing is that both of them are completely different cars. One is front engine and the other is mid engine, and well, everything about these two cars is different. One is Honda, so from the Japanese market. The other is Aston Martin, so European. One is front engine, the other is mid engine. One has different setups in the dampers, especially, and the other is way more difficult to set up in the spring section. So it's
The Aston's finally having a look up the inside of, rather the outside into
outside
of that BMW, and the BMW, we're holding that inside line, holds the position, getting a little bit better traction from the rubber on the road. So once again, the Aston's losing out a little bit, but I don't think he's definitely not through lack of trying. I'm just trying to find out how many points it is before you get into trouble. I'm not able to find it at the minute. Aston's a lot cleaner through the Degners there this time, so.
I think Aston's best opportunity is after Spoon, considering the Aston has more maneuverability compared to the BMW.
Yeah, the BMW is a little bit heavy, so it can be a little bit
Ooh, nearly drifting for the Aston.
Okay, James Holder, we're not in Tokyo. Don't try and make it Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, please. It's the wrong city for that. But yeah, like the Aston's doing. It's very easy to mess up, but it is also easy to save as well. As another Aston, I believe that's our race leader, comes just barreling by and up through the chicane as well.
There is now Antonio Fedele versus Van der Linde trying to make the overtake trying to get back some position his team has lost. Trying the inside on the BMW, maybe there's some contact, not really.
No, only just avoiding it. The field, it definitely depends on your field of view as well, because it's it definitely does make a difference as to how close you think it is. That Aston went very wide of Dunlop, putting maybe a little bit of the tyre on the grass there. Okay, so if your squad accumulates 6 license points, you get a 30-second time penalty. You get 9 license points, you'll get a qualifying ban, and then 12 license points, you get put under review and maybe removed from the league. So there you go. There are your license point readouts, direct from the AOR website, which is also where all of you wonderful people watching can have a look at what leagues are currently going on, what's upcoming, and maybe sign up for 1 or 2 of them if you want. All the information is in the description as well. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving this battle with the Aston and the Beamer, because the Beamer's holding itself really well, and the Aston's just not. It's just not. Well, I would say it's not putting a foot wrong. It's gone a little bit wide.
Oh, maybe too much on the brake. In fact, he's contact.
Yeah, outbrakes him. He's outbraked himself there. He's outbraked himself, and to be honest, that's probably going to affect the Aston more than the BMW. In terms of bodywork damage, because the Aston will have had damage to the front aero, BMW to the rear aero, which BMW's got quite a large rear, so it's not going to be affected too much. It didn't look like a massive whack, but it still will affect them a little bit, as the Aston again has another.
Oh, more contact! Oh, this is a huge one for the BMW.
Into the S's with the 169 hitting the 77 and the 77 only just getting across the track to get the car pointing back the right way, as there are a couple of cars bearing down on it as well. So that is unfortunate for the 77, and I can only assume that will be redirected to the steward's office. Meanwhile, further up the track we have another battle involving another German branded car. It's an Audi going after the 28 Ferrari, who I believe is our silver class leader at current. So Michel Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 Audi chasing P13, and it doesn't look like it's much competition here. The Audi looks like it's got so much more power on that straight, and the Audi just making that look absolutely effortless from the Ferrari. As I do believe we also now have the 127 only just getting past the Aston Martin and taking off at quite a pace. That is possibly due to that front aero damage on that Aston Martin.
I was looking at it, and in the end the Aston Martin has slowed down to let Antonio Fedele pass by, because, well, there is a difference of pace considering that Fedele was way ahead in the standing before their problems. And now there is the battle between Hack and Lubitsch, 48 against 77. The BMW with some damage is being attacked by the Bentley just behind him, and I think the Bentley, considering it's been nerfed completely except for its straight line speed, is going to make the inside on turn 1 possibly.
Bentley is really good on the brakes, and I think that's where it's got the
Exotic.
it's definitely got the legs on that one. Again, the Bentley making that look absolutely effortless. Bentley's been pretty, I think it's not been too bad since the latest update. They have tried to rectify it, but obviously there's only so much you can do. But yeah, so that is Milan Hack in the 48 making quite easy work of that in the Racing OSM Sports Bentley there. Quite a nice livery on that car as well, which I haven't mentioned until now. I hope all of you in chat are proud of me. I haven't mentioned liveries up until now. It's only been about racing. I mean, we spoke about the track, but what else do we have? We have the 729 and the 777 as well. I think the 729 is past that 777, that bright blue BMW. Indeed they are. The BMW takes quite a wide line through the Degners there. The 1780 is in the pit lane as well. Just have a look further up the grid. Got the 991 and the 99 going through the hairpin. 99 still staying ahead for now. That is the AM class leader in P4, Mats Linham Anderson in the 49, coming in to spoon. Both of them BMWs, so this could look like quite a nice battle for top 4 as well. Is it? No, it's not. My apologies.
It's 11th
Shaven
place.
and Jackson. I'm completely misreading because Mats Linham Anderson has a purple sign on the number 4 because he has the fastest lap of the race so far. My apologies.
Ooh, the try on the 130R makes the overtake the BMW.
Ooh, that BMW is very sketchy on the exit there. Can he get it stopped in time? Yes, he can. The 991 making up a place there in quite extravagant fashion, shall we say, on that one. And I think that might have been a bit of an unfair overtake as that 991 has backed off quite a bit to let the 99 by. So I think that might have been a little bit of a unfair move from the 991, and just obviously making sure they don't get into any major trouble with the stewards. They might get a bit of a telling off, although that overtaking BMW has now allowed the 991 to catch back up to the 99, so we will stay on board. The entry level for ACC is quite interesting because it all depends on how comfortable you are. I mean, there are a lot of communities where they'll basically do kind of like a grading system based on. I think AOR have some qualifying races so they can see what your rough pace is and what your racecraft's like as well, just so like you don't get put with like professionals who can do I don't know, what's the fastest lap of the race at the minute, like 201 flats on this, whereas some of them are doing like 204s, 205s. So you do get graded, but it is done quite fairly, I personally think. Just so like you're with similar skilled people, so it's not like they basically just say, okay, here you go, choose your car, go. They do put you with fairly level skilled people. I mean, they're not going to be the exact same as you, just because like everybody is a little bit different. All their equipment's different. They're a little bit more comfortable in terms of that. That BMW had taken a little bit more of that grass than he probably wanted to through that final chicane. But yeah, it's are you fairly recent to ACC, Christian?
I've been playing it since basically the month after it came out on console. And
Okay.
since that, I was initially a console driver, and then I switched to PC, just because well, I had the opportunity to get a PC, and the difference has been quite massive considering that on PC there is the updated version with
they
everything.
update it a lot quicker.
No. But yeah, the thing is that from console to PC, I think the 991 has a problem.
Quite possibly, they've dropped a lot of time.
I
Oh,
think, okay, no,
that's
this
a
is
network.
the problem.
That's a network issue.
No, okay, but
I think possibly a little bit of lag there, as the 991 decided to go all ET on us. So,
but I think fuel-wise they did something wrong because they are going absolutely slow,
yeah,
and I think they've missed the pit window.
Yeah, either that, I think they may be trying to save a little bit of fuel as yeah.
I can't see from cockpit view because it's behind behind everything. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's not something that it's not something specifically we're allowed to show. We're not allowed to show specific car setups, fuel levels in the cars, which is why the only on board we'll ever show is this one. But yeah, it seems like the 169s may be struggling a little bit as well. Possibly like the track has dropped quite a bit as well. That might have something to do, just like the tires just completely going and dropping a fair amount. And it's dropped it's dropped about 5 degrees in the past like hour and a half, I think. Hour and a half. So that will definitely have an effect on the tires, especially if you just started your stint near the top end of that. So yeah, you would be struggling with temperatures and pressures, which is not ideal. I mean, the drivers can absolutely handle this. It's just not an ideal situation, and you can't push it as hard as you once did because the tires they're not there to give. They're not able to give you what you want from them anymore, which is annoying. However, I think they had a little bit more trouble earlier on today when they had their brief spell of rain. I think it rained for about 10-15 minutes and then went back to dry. So that was interesting to see who pitted for wets and who didn't. Not many pitted for wets. In fact, I don't think any pitted for wets. They all just stuck out on the slick tyres. So that's it. Just shows you how adaptable these guys can be. But yeah, nothing too exciting at the moment.
Ooh, hack on the Van der Linde on the inside in turn 1, and the 48 makes the overtake on BV. So it's another overtake for the Bentley driver in the race anywhere SimSport.
Yeah, just watching the results of that really. I'm gonna see if Van der Linde can keep. Van der Linde's usually quite a fast driver, so we'll see if they're able to stick with him. I think they're about 0.3, half a second back, roughly.
Van der Linde, I was looking at the times, and Hack has been 2 seconds faster than the BMW driver. So I suppose even there are some problems of some kind, because all around them the times are way quicker. Which I'm not sure, because Van der Linde was also yeah, he damaged the car when he went to the curb. That's why he's going slower.
Oh, it's eating a curb. Yeah, I mean it's it's something that you can't be 100% as to exactly what's going to happen with it, but it is quite strange to see sometimes. Just like drivers going round absolutely no problems for hours and hours and hours, and then you get a scenario where the track drops about 5 degrees, which, I mean, if you're setting your central heating, 5 degrees, it's not too much. Tire temperature, track temperatures, it's a lot. Because, yeah, it's a lot. I mean, your tires can be off by 1 psi, and they can just be absolutely horrible. So I think is the 189 catching the number 16 BMW, possibly helped by that 99. Oh, the 991's in there as well. Yeah, that 991 has massive problems. They've just let.
The thing is that they haven't pit.
Do you reckon they're running low on fuel?
Well, that was my initial hypothesis, but now I think it's more of a technical issue, because if it was fuel related, they would have already pit. So now I think the thing is that there is some problems, technical. I go just by faults, and even worse if none of the drivers is currently available, which is a thing that occurs in these long races. Like, you have just usually in endurance races you tend to have 2 drivers at the same time, one that is driving and one that is there by supporting if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, one of them's doing like you normally want to like pair up, but I mean if your entire team can be there, it's fine. I mean, it's not as...
Oh, it's gear problem. It's gearing. I was hearing at the car, and it went from like 3rd to 5th back and forth.
That's right.
I think it's something about the gears.
That's a gearbox issue.
I think maybe it's stuck in gear. I don't know.
No, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. And I had something similar. I think I ended up doing a 24-hour Monza race in a BMW with some buddies, and we ran a BMW, and one of the things where we had to take care of the car, because if you... Yeah, that's definitely I think that's a mechanical thing they have to now deal with. But yeah, one thing you can't do is you can't shift down as fast in the BMW, because if you high rev it, it will basically destroy the engine and possibly the gearbox, and that might be what they're experiencing at the minute. So it does depend, but it's definitely worrying for the crew of the 991 right now, because if they've lost one gear that's particularly important, which I think they've lost like 4th, which is probably one of the best gears on in the gearbox for the Beamer. It is quite an all-rounded one. It is a little bit of a That is a shame. That so we'll have to keep an eye on them and see how they manage as we jump on board the 127 Audi with Antonio Fedeli at the wheel, chasing down Luca Zeig in the number 1 NSX. Console Leagues of SSC Cars Endurance Championship. Not that I'm currently aware of. At the moment, it is all run on PC. Whether they have any plans for that in the future, I'm not 100% sure. It is. I mean, if you go to the AOR website, there will be a link to the Discord as well. Keep an eye out for anything coming up. Good evening, Luke. How are you doing, sir? I hope you enjoyed Super Pole. I hope you're enjoying the race so far. Ah, I did not know that. See, this is it. Luke's the man. Luke's the man with all the information. So yeah, we have had quite a few nice battles. But yeah, I am feeling for the 991 guys, because that is.
Okay, I've discovered what's the problem.
Oh, what is it?
They are braking. So I think there is some problem with their pedals. They are braking in the middle of the straight. And I don't think there is another teammate on board with them. So they can't change driver because there is another driver. And they are constantly braking and accelerating at the same time. So they are struggling not because of a gear. So I was mistaken by that, but because they have some brake pedal issues. And they keep braking. And at this point, I really think that he is alone in the room, and they can't ask for another teammate to cover for him, which is the most logical thing that gets in my mind, because when it's a pedal problem, it's your kind of problem.
Yes, it is a hardware problem. I have had that as well, funnily enough, in the exact same race. My wheel stopped working, so I ended up drifting onto the grass, whacking the wall and coming straight across into the path of someone who was in the top 5, and there's not really much I could do.
If you have a G29, it's quite common to see it.
I don't have. I've had a fair few Logitech steering wheels. I've never had issues with them. They have been solid fighters for so long. They've been absolute champions.
My G29 has some problems for the pedals. I just had to use some VT40 and it was all resolved, kind of.
The potential. I will say that the potentiometers on the G29 and the G920, they, or even on like the older G27s, best steering wheel as an all-rounder, by the way. Annoyed they got rid of half of the stuff that they did. Yeah, the potentiometers in the pedals were not the greatest. Yep, all wheel manufacturers have their issues. Fanatec's are drivers. Every time every time there's a new driver update, it basically just freezes my wheel. And I had to actually go back to an older one after I'd finished my stint at Monza, because the new one basically just completely and utterly screwed my wheel. So yeah, Fanatec has issues with drivers, and it's annoying.
I know Taskmaster has problem with the belts or something.
Yeah, belt-driven wheels are a little bit of a little bit harder to run with. Meanwhile, as we've been talking about that, Willem Karsten has been getting very, very close to Remco Langedick in the 55 Aston. Sorry. And as I say that, our race leader comes barreling through once again. We're going to see a lot of this.
Stop and go penalty for Florea.
That is for speeding in the pit lane. And they are just coming through turn 1, so yeah, a shame for the 999 crew. That 55 doesn't really want to let the number 3 by, because they know what's right behind it. Oh, the 55 runs wide, letting the 3 by, and the 729 just takes the position. Thank you very much. and away it goes. Oh, that's unfortunate for the 55 crew.
In the end, for the 991, I think it was like I said, because now there is muddled back on the car, and he had
there's no issues. I'm assuming that's what you're getting at. They've changed the drivers and there's no longer any issues.
The thing is that Medal has already made multiple stints and now he's back on the car, so I think it's going to be a pretty huge task for him.
Yeah, I mean, as the 729 comes into the pits. So that pit board that you see on there will not be there for every driver. Because there are quite a few people getting speed in the pit lane. It's like, how can you get a penalty for speeding? The board's there. It's not there for everybody. Because I did not join right at the start of the race. I didn't join the session, and it was destroyed between the start of the session and me joining, so it's refreshed. It's put it there for me, but not for many other people. As Karsten has a 5-second penalty, the 729. That's only just come through as well. And it's also involving the 48. They have a license point each, a 5-second time penalty each for the same offence. And that is a penalty for ignoring blue flags. So not something you tend to see in GT racing on ACC. You don't tend to see blue flag infringements. They do tend to jump out of the way pretty quick, but Suzuka being the tight-knit track that it is, you know that if someone's behind you and they've only just been overtaken by a lapping car, you don't really want to lose out on that.
I think it was the 4 wide situation that we were seeing at the beginning of the 4-hour stint.
999's now serving the stop-go 30 they received for speeding in the pit lane previously. Yeah, so if you are brand new to ACC, a little bit of a rundown as to what you will get. So, if you find that a driver has been awarded a drive-through, that is not likely done by the stewards. They tend to award time penalties and license points. They don't tend to assign drive-throughs or stop-go penalties. So your drive-through penalties are for exceeding the track limits more than 3 times. You get 3 official warnings, and then on your 4th offence, you get a drive-through penalty. So that is hello, Pineapple Grips. Thank you very much for that. As the 999 has just received, I'm wondering if I can get a confirmation on that. But yeah, so basically what the 999 has just received, a drive-through, that is for exceeding track limits more than 3 times, where you gain an advantage. You can exceed the track limits and gain no time, and it'll just say, bye. You're being naughty, stop it. And then it's just like, you do this again, you get another warning. You get 3 warnings, yeah, 3 strikes, and that's it. Next one, drive through. And then stop go 30s, that is only if you are caught speeding in the pit lane. Now, the way the pit lane speed limit works in ACC, unlike in real life where it takes the average, it takes the speed you entered the pits at. So if you're unsure about how fast you need to go, it's normally around 50 kilometers an hour, and it's probably best to slow down a little bit sooner before the line, and then hit your pit speed limiter before you hit the line, because then you have very, very little chance of breaking that rule. It is annoying to get them though, I will be honest.
especially in tracks like Suzuka. Suzuka is quite easy to get drive-thrus, mostly because you tend to try to use as much of the track as possible. 130R is the first example that comes to my mind, but there is also Degner. Exit Degner 1 is basically
very easy to get it at the Degners, and very easy to get at the exit of Spoon as well.
Well, Spoon, you can use the external part because the game recognizes if you lose time afterwards. So if you go outside the first part of Spoon, it's okay. Like, you can give back the time. If you do it on the exit, on the very exit, you can't even try, because the moment you go out, you already have a track limit. The second you go out of track, because certain track limits are made in terms of effective track limits. The moment you pass it, you have already a warning. Some of the track limits are made for time speaking. So 130R, you can go outside, but if you gain time, you get a track limit. Otherwise, you can pass by.
Got the number 8 Porsche and the number 48 going
and
into
outside.
turn 1. Have they made the move stick? The Porsche's still there, but I think the Bentley has got the move done, and away it goes.
I think it's the only Bentley in the... Yes, it's the only Bentley in track. Which is quite a thing, considering that some seasons ago the Bentley was the main car.
Oh yeah,
now
it was the car to drive. And now
Oh,
not so
Strugala.
much.
Drive through.
That is again for an offence of the taking a little bit too much of an advantage over the track limits. Which again,
Peter is off track. Peter is off track in just after 130R. So number 5 hasn't lost any position, but he has lost several seconds, and maybe he may have some damage to the car too. Not really sure about it.
is that the 500?
No, the number 5. Hans Peter. Currently 16th position.
Okay. Doesn't look like they have any damage, but there is damage that the game can assume, possibly judging by how tight that was through the first corner. But yeah, you can get aero damage on the rear and it not really show up much. But yeah, that is it is a shame to see people start. I mean, you can start to struggle. Every racing driver goes through it, especially when the tyres go off and and the track just keeps dropping. It's only gone down in a good degree now in the past like half an hour, so it's not too bad, as the 760 does now serve that drive-through penalty.
Technically speaking, with the lower temperature arriving, I wonder if some drivers have took the chance to use well, not to use, but to put some open, more than closer brake ducts, because with these temperatures, it's definitely it's completely different from the start.
You can't change the brake ducts at a stop.
No, I mean in the setup, in the initial setup. Like, some drivers maybe have made the decision to opt for some colder brakes in the latter part of the round.
It wouldn't really give you much, to be honest, because I mean, especially if you open your brakes up a lot more, yes, you will cool them. But I mean, as it gets colder, you'd ideally want to close your brake ducts up. But if you do that, and the temperature was around 30 degrees like it was at the start, then you do run the risk of overheating your brakes and completely cooking them. I mean, they will probably have like a set that will. I mean, I can guarantee you they'll all be running brake set 2, and it'll be. It will be pretty. It will be pretty set across the board, as to what works best for your car, and they will just run it. They will just run a set 1. They won't specifically plan for if it gets colder, if it gets hotter. It's just a fact of what be the best aerodynamically, like what's the best aero versus cooling option for the brakes. So yeah, it's like the temperature. The only thing that probably affect the temperature the most is the tires that you'd really want to watch for in the grand scheme of it. As that 177 Aston Martin is getting quite close to the number 8. Number 8 Porsche has dropped off a little bit from that 48 Bentley.
The 48 is also running nearly a second faster than the Porsche, and Podence here has made a second and something, 1.2 seconds in just one lap compared to the Porsche. Now he's glued to the Porsche's wing, and I think he wants to try it in Degner.
What, try it on the Degners? There's not enough room there. Might try it into Spoon though. Aston gets a good run out of Spoon. That could be really tasty.
The Porsche has a lot more traction, surely after the hairpin, so it may be just a question of...
Aston's taking a tighter line on the exit to try and get a little bit more speed out of it. Doesn't look like they're too far off. Yeah, Aston's a little bit far back to do anything into Spoon. Deciding to cut a little bit of the grass there.
I think he tried to cut the line as much as possible, and he was a bit greedy on it and ended on the curb losing some temps. But I don't think it's going to be a problem in the next couple of laps, considering that Aston has nearly a second.
Yeah, it's very close into 130R. The Aston's probably got it on the brakes, and possibly in high-speed corners, but needs to catch the Porsche first.
Ooh, 729 is off track on 130R and has lost several seconds. I don't think he has lost any position. But Jackson's...
They look like they're on their own. Oh, the 177 is having a look up the inside.
Oh, contact!
Going very sideways is the 177 Aston Martin, and still keeping the position is the number 8, but that Aston Martin is all over the gearbox of that Porsche. That is a very, very tight pairing indeed at the moment. And that Aston Martin does need to be careful coming into the Degners as they come around Dunlop. Aston Martin's going for the move into the Degners, into the braking zone. Porsche runs a little bit deep, a little bit hot onto the curb into the first Degner, and the Aston takes the position. What happened to the 991? It's like from what it looks like, it looks to be a technical issue on driver's side. And I think, Christian, you said it was a possible issue with like
It was on braking.
The brake pedal.
Brake pedal was getting effective. It was active in straight line, which is not exactly the best for the brakes. And in fact, Madl had to rejoin the car after his stint, and now he's back on car. So I think one of the drivers is possibly out of contention in terms of presence in the car. I think is that the 911 is a 2-driver setup. So if one of them has a problem, it's quite a problem for the entirety of the team, because there are just 2 of them. So I think that Anderson, no, sorry, I think that Chaben has to run for his life to try to resolve the problem before the end of the race. Otherwise, Madel has to make a 3-hour stint plus each and any hour that he has made until now.
Yeah, so it's not again. Oh, so that has happened. It seems like that's happened before then. Okay. maybe a couple of technical issues plaguing the 991. They are still in the top 50. They are still 12th, so they are still doing relatively well. Especially after the tech issues they've had and the driver swap. Quite an unplanned driver swap, to say the least. As I think our race leader's done a pit stop as well, as has the 444 and the 201. I think a fair few of them have done a few pit stops now, just for changing out the driver.
Quite interesting to see that a lot of teams are actually 2 drivers team, and considering that some races like this one are multiple hours long, Suzuka is 8 hours and the next one is going to be Nürburgring 10 hours. It's quite a job to be made for just 2 drivers.
Oh yeah, it is quite a challenge. It is a challenge to like stay there mentally and just keep yourself like in a place that you're comfy with, and like physically, like sitting in a sim rig for 10 hours, it hurts. Like you will no longer feel your rear end after 10 hours, because if you're not driving, you're normally sat there keeping an eye on how your buddy's doing and just coaching them through that, and then it's just like literally anything can happen. So if you go for like what F1 drivers call a comfort break, which we all know they're going to the bathroom, and something happens to your teammate, it's a fact of there's no one there to like just talk him through what they can do, like what options, and just discuss it. It is. I have done that. I've done 10 hours of Silverstone. It is grueling to do 5 hours. But I mean, it.
Oh, contact
Between
99 and 7. It was close. Sorry to have interrupted.
Nah, it's alright, go for it. The 99's on the rear of that number 7 now, so.
The 7 made the overtake on Spoon.
Yes.
Quite confident because the 99 has been taken quite by surprise. It seemed like. Also, I think okay, and the 99 has lost sometimes because I don't think he wasn't expecting the overtake to happen there in that very moment, but. He also is an IM driver, so it may be also a thing that they don't want to interfere with an effective leaderboard, considering the IM driver aren't considering in the leaderboard, but they are considering in the race. So not really sure about it.
Yes, I mean at the minute it's effective. Like they're over halfway now. They need to make sure that they know exactly, like roughly what their pace is, because at this point everyone will have been in the car. They want to know where their pace is, like how good they can manage the tyres, what fuel they need to run, and roughly like where they would like to. This is where you start aiming for like where you want to end up, like where you want to finish. Because in the first half of the race, it's effective management, making sure you don't pick up too much damage, and just trying to get a solid pace. Now it's effective. Okay, we've got this pace. What can we do with it? Where can we end up? And it is quite an interesting thing to try and figure out. And it's just like, well, we've been around these guys for so long. We've been around these. Maybe we should try and focus on fighting these guys. And then you're just trying to start figuring it out. And it's like, let's just try and. A lot of the time, like the guys I race with, it's like, let's not come last. That's our goal. Let's not come last and see where we end up. We are yet to come last, which I'm I'm very happy about. So we always fulfil the primary objective on that one. But yeah, that includes. But that does include like the, especially when you're doing like the 5-hour ones and you're doing it in duos. It is something that you do have to talk about quite a bit, because otherwise it gets. It does get quite monotonous, and it depends how you split that up as well, because you could do, because there's no reason why you wouldn't change tyres every hour, because you have unlimited tyre sets. So you might as well change driver. If you want to change drivers, you can do that every hour, but some drivers want to do 2 hours, some only want to do 1. So you can split it up quite nicely as well, but you do have to agree on like how you do want to split it up to make it work, especially if you only have 2 drivers. If you've got a third driver, that's probably your best case scenario, because then you do have a little bit more of a rest. You can go and grab some food, and you can just have a little bit of a chill before you come back into it, and then just try and get back to it and help out your team. Meanwhile, the 99 is currently being hounded by a few cars. One of them, I believe, is one Adam DeBio in the 500 Ferrari, which is quite a mark.
99? 99? Oh! There has been a back marker in the middle of the way.
Yeah, that my timing screen's gone from 1.9 seconds to 0.1 seconds for the...
No, I think there is some problem, because he is slowing down massively. I don't know what's happening with BMW drivers, but all of them seem to have some problems of some kind, because now in just one sector it has come from 5.8 second of gap between all the AORs in Jackson to 6.8.9, now 7. So
yeah, I'm just waiting for it to update on my end for that timing screen. But yeah, that Ferrari is just hounding that BMW, and the BMW's moved out of the way, and I think that's to let the Ferrari pass there. So that, or is he defend? Is he defend? No, he's not defending it.
no, there may be some damage too to the car.
Quite possibly.
Which is also a thing. Meanwhile, behind them, there is the number 5 trying the overtake on the McLaren. On the chicane, he tries, not really the space to do it, and Peter is down behind Code.
Let's see how they get on into turn 1. So Hans Peter in the Hella Gersh Ketchup Delicat BMW against Attila Code in the 420 McLaren. The McLaren is very, very good in a straight line. Not as good on the brakes as a Beamer, so I think they may be a little bit evenly matched, as the 656 NSX is slightly getting in the way there, I think. Not giving the BMW the ideal line round there, and I think a few of these drivers still have their rain lights on. I've seen a couple of them flashing when the rain was a fair few hours ago, and at least for the next half an hour it is not going to change. As we tick under the 3-hour mark, there is just under 3 hours left of this 8-hour race, which is that's going quite fast, isn't it? Which is quite nice. Oh, they are having a look into the hairpin. That BMW got much better exit and is past the McLaren. They made that look really easy. I'm not complaining. Just stating an observation, shall we say? As we have another report from Race Control. Do we have those in here? We do. So it's for there's a 10-second time penalty for car 25 coming its way for causing a moderate avoidable collision with the 340.
Aston Martin on 99 tries the overtake. Aston Martin on the inside of the chicane, and 99 on the outside, and Acorn passes by quite easily. I think there is some damage to Jackson, because I was looking at the car in its complexity, and I think there is some rear damage. There is some rear damage to the BMW, looking at least from my point of view, which is possible because in 140R it was very slow compared to any other car I was looking around. And at this point I wonder if he wants to pit to limit the damage to his position on track, or to try to stay as much as possible outside.
I'm going to keep the camera on the 42 Aston. I'm just going to be right back. I just need to pop out for a moment. So I will leave you all here in the very, very capable hands of Christian.
Thanks. Okay. These are the moment where I'm not prepared to do so. By the way, we were looking at 99 against 42. 99 with some possible problems, considering the lap times. 42 has run in 2:02.0, and he also had to make an overtake, while the 99, who is currently just well more than a second behind the Aston Martin that has already overtaken him, he has lapped nearly 205, which is lower than anyone around them. Holly has made a 2.0.2, 0.8 for Dubiel, 2.0 with an overtake for Hecorn, 1.3 for Stenhauser, and Madel with a 1.3 and 1.0, 0.9. And the only exception is Jackson, so I wonder if Jackson has some heavy damage to his car, or just as much as the 991 has some more technical problems. Which at this particular moment I was looking at the car and the driver, and it doesn't seem the case, as the braking point and acceleration point and everything seems normal, apart from stability of the car itself, which is comparable to some damage to the rear of the car. Not really sure how exactly it did happen. I will look if there has been some contact between well, for the car number 99, and looking at the timing screen, it doesn't seem the case. So it's possible that he has made an off track somewhere, and some multiple what's going on here. Meanwhile, that we are here with a moment of calmness, I would like to put the expression to look at how much the grid is different in terms of car manufacturers. We have an Aston Martin, McLaren, BMW as the top 3, and in the top 10 there are just 3 cars of the same manufacturers, which are the BMW and the Audi, and there is a Ferrari. Ferrari, which is one of the fastest cars of the game actually. It's underpicked just because it's very heavy on setup, in terms of setup, because you really have to put a lot of effort into the setup. Like the anti-roll bar has 50 different settings, and honestly, only some people have the will to understand them perfectly, while I'm more of a this should work type of person. Even if I aim for perfection, like rapid example, the Audi has just 4 anti-roll bar settings, which is a lot easier. But it comes to a lot of difficulties when you have to make some little changes to the car. Like you just need some more stability, and you tend to have from understeer to oversteer in just one setting. So that's why the Ferrari is very compatible with any driver, because it's very it has a lot of maneuverability in terms of setup. I was talking before about the Aston versus Honda, and I just started to try the Honda, as it has always been a slower Audi, and now I understand why it has been so big. The Honda is exceptionally stable even in low speed, which is something that the Audi is in a very difficult terrain in low speed acceleration, and the Honda really destroys this problem with the same benefits as the Audi. So I am quite sure it's going to be nerfed in the next update, which is going to come in the next couple of months, weeks, depends on where they want to put it out. In the meantime, I hope everyone is having a good race so far, and if there are some audio problems of anything of some kind, you are free to say so. And also, if you want to come into the commentary room, if you are one of the drivers and you want to express any particular comment about the race, whether it's been a good one or a difficult one, like for some drivers, you can do so by jumping in the Discord channel and, well, wanting to say some words to us. It's no problem. It's
yeah, just pop into the ready for interview box, and we'll pull you up in the Discord, and we can have a nice little chat, can't we?
In all of this, I was looking at the battle between Podence and Hack.
Yeah,
as the 48 is actually already behind Aston Martin, considering the penalty.
Yeah, Aston Martin's looking awfully racy at the minute, isn't it? It's definitely a lot happier than that Bentley.
time speaking, they are basically lapping the same lap time. 01.2 for the Bentley, 01.4 for the Aston. But I'm more concerned about the fact that Bentley and the Aston are two dragsters in the straights. So I'm more concerned about the stability in the corners, and the Aston really has more compared to the Bentley. So I really think it's a matter of time whether than an if the overtake is going to happen, as the 177 is a bit more aggressive in any turn, trying to make as much as possible, as much time as possible, even if the position is already in the Celtic Bromance team, considering the 5-second penalty for Hack.
Yeah, the Aston Martin's just looking more comfortable in general compared to that Bentley. So yeah, I don't think it'll be a factor if it can overtake. It's more like when it will overtake, because it just seems a lot more comfy in the corners, as opposed to the Bentley seems to carry a lot more speed. So we're definitely up for an exciting fight with this one, as they both come through into the Degners.
Oh, Jackson off track massively in 135R.
Yeah,
The
729 is off on the right hand side, I believe.
He has lost completely the car in 130R on the curbs, and he's now facing the wrong direction.
That is not ideal for the 729 crew. He's managed to get it going, and he's just coming through the final chicane now. So it's good that he's got it going again, and that there's been no resulting collisions from that as well, because that is something that can happen sometimes, especially on a blind corner. Happened to Lando Norris in Suzuka. He just found a Red Bull sliding slightly too far one way, and had to take avoiding action. But that Bentley ran a little bit wide on the exit of 130R, and Aston's once again really close. But I think the Bentley just gets a bit better of an exit out of the final turn. But we'll see if the Aston can do anything down to turn 1 on this particular lap.
Lap time wise, they made 5 milliseconds of difference between. Oh, there has been a train overtake
Well,
on the
177's
S's.
going for it in the S's. So the inside
Like,
turns to the outside, turns to the inside, turns to the outside, turns back to the inside. They're going side by side up through into the Dunlop curve. I think the Bentleys just managed to stay ahead into the Degners. Very well held by both drivers. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. Aston taking a little bit more of the sausage there on the entry, and the Degners as might like.
It's been a great racecraft from both drivers to not make any contact in the S's, and they were going side by side for the whole first sector basically. So it's been great.
Yeah, for two drivers not to make contact is quite nice, but to do it through the S's at Suzuka is quite an achievement, to be honest. It'd be like going side by side at the S's in at Kota as well, but they're just awful. Yeah, that Aston's keeping a lot tighter on the exit there, and there's two cars fighting for position ahead of these two as well.
By the way, the 991 is not having a good day. Drive through for track limits for medal.
I think
it's going worse.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make up as much time as they can.
Big one for 169, 20-second of penalty. I wonder.
So let's have a look. That's a brand new one. So it's two separate incidents. So involving the 77 and the 169 on lap 123. 5-second penalty for car 169, no licence points for causing a minor avoidable collision. And then again the 15 seconds, and this time 2 licence points for causing a moderate avoidable collision. Hello there, Tom. Do not worry about it at all, sir. If you are in the ACC comms chat on AOR, you will know that it's always something that if you do need to do things for whatever reason, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, ACC comms are quite they're quite fun because you do get some funky liveries. Celtic Bromance.
Oh, land
He's
for the
going
Aston
up
Martin on the inside.
Oh, that's contact there. Fair bit of contact, and I think the Aston's run a little bit wider to let the Bentley past again. He's flashing the Bentley. He's not 100% happy with that. A little bit frustrated. Yeah, just a little bit of a tap there, shall we say? Trading paint, maybe. Not exactly trading carbon fibre though, which is the main thing. As I think that Aston's just sticking to that Bentley like glue, isn't it? It's a little bit ambitious with maybe a couple of the lunges, but they're not like stupid lunges. They are. It's like I can see that I could probably get this guy on the brakes. I'll give it a go. It's not a fact of I'm doing this from 600 miles back because I'm better. It's just an opportunity that they see, they take it. It doesn't exactly work out, but as long as you're fair about it, it shouldn't be an issue. As once again, that Aston is staying quite close into turn 1 and keeping it very, very tidy for the amount of dirty air that Aston Martin will be receiving off the back of that Bentley at the moment.
The thing is that after several laps behind someone else, you really want to try the heavy weapons, and that means that you may try as well some alternative ways to try and overtake, and that means that you try to jump you try to jump the gun and try and overtake in impossible places, such as the hairpin. Considering hairpin, the only way to overtake someone is for the other driver to really make a mistake, or to kind of push him out of the racing line. That's the only way. And even then you can have a cutback in return, such as the Bentley has had in the opportunity. So it's been quite a difficult situation for the Aston Martin crew, as they are being, I think, 10 laps behind the Bentley, around there.
It's been a fair few laps that it's been. I wouldn't exactly say stuck, but running behind that Bentley. I mean, it's not exactly being stuck there. They are running pretty similar pace, to be fair. And even I think even their best laps, they're under a tenth of a second within each other. So these guys are like these cars are really, really well matched. It's just the fact of one of them has an advantage being in front, so they can make the car as wide as they feel like, as that Bentley may look to do into turn 1. Aston had a little bit of a look, but again, still keeping absolutely glued to the back of that Bentley. You know what? Let's go. That is how close it is from the cockpit, which is incredibly.
Poden is getting to a point where he can sign the gearbox of the Bentley, considering how close he is.
Yeah, he might as well. Providing feedback to the team, it's like, their gearbox is like this, we should probably do something like this.
Oh, 25 is draft. 25 is in...
Probably doing an MOT on that Bentley from there. And the 991 has just got another drive-through for track limits.
No, it's still the same.
Has that
Or
not just appeared again?
Don't think so.
Pretty sure they cleared it. Yeah, they
No,
cleared
no, yeah,
yes,
it was,
they did.
it was
They
clear
cleared
that
it.
it
They've
it
got
was
a
clear,
new
so it's
one.
another.
Not going particularly well for the 991 crew this evening. Which, I mean, it's a shame. We never want to see like anyone do horribly, because especially if you do race, it's like you know how competitive you are, you know how hyped you can get for something, and just to have like something that's not in your control, like tech issues, like be at the start of a bad run, especially halfway into the race. Who's off the track there?
17
Number
currently
17
36 position.
as the 48 dives into the pits without a second thought. So the one
Oh, the Ferrari's off.
up
Nearly.
into 17th for them. Still to do a pit stop, but it gets them ahead of the number 5 Beamer, also in the pits as well. Let's go further afield. Marcus Icon is currently trying to chase it down Adam Beale in the 500 Ferrari. Not many Ferraris here this season. There were a fair few last season. It was quite nice to watch Ferrari on Ferrari on like Aston Martin. It was quite funny. It was quite fun to see. I think the Forza Italia had 2 cars last season, and they're only one this time. As the Aston has a look into 130R, sticks to the back of that Ferrari, and thinks better of it. Very well done, sir. Yeah, that's not something you want to be doing into 130R with only a few millimeters of space between your front bumper and the other car's rear bumper as the 991 now clears its second drive-through of the hour.
I was looking at the battle between the Ferrari and Acorn, and just some seconds ago I was shouting because the Ferrari was sideways in Degner, which was quite a thing, considering that he went literally sideways in Degner 2. Luckily, Degner 2 is another right-hander turn.
Right, yeah. That's one of the good things about the Degners, is like if you screw one up and you get a little bit sideways, you can kind of correct it and catch it for the entry of the second one. So it's not as punishing, but it's still not ideal. Looks like Kore's doing fairly well to keep up with Zygon, the number 1 NSX. They did lose a bit of time on the previous lap, so...
Oh, Ferrari hit the back marker. I think it was the Bentley or the Aston Martin, or one of them, but now it's the Ferrari in the middle of the corner, and the Aston Martin made the overtake.
Can I get... Am I gonna break everything?
It was the McLaren to make contact with the Ferrari.
I may have just broken them something.
Something broke. I can see it on live. Something really broke.
I apologise. I've pressed the wrong button. And I may have just... Oh, there we go. It was just taking its time to load. It's fine. So, it was a Bentley coming back onto the track. So we have a look. Oh, the Ferrari tags a McLaren. Trying to go into the hairpin. That is unfortunate for the 500. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave myself a bit of a scare and I thought I'd broken everything. But no, I know which button to press now. Don't press 30 seconds, just press 10. It should be fine.
I was looking at the Ferrari at the time when it happened. I was quite sure that
Ferrari's
it was
just
going
gone right past that
faithful.
McLaren once again into just before the S's. So yeah, not ideal for the 500. Not really anything they could have done. Probably could have waited a little bit and been a bit patient, but this is motor racing where you can only have so much patience before you need to get past someone.
quite, I'm not say lucky, but fortunately it happened the right way, because sometimes if you get section of the track, you get disqualified from the race control for going the wrong way. And I remember that, like, in Circuit of the Americas, in Misano, Chialami, sometimes it happened that if you cut some section of the track, you get disqualified straight away for going in the wrong direction. So luckily it didn't happen for the 500 team.
Yeah, I think I've only seen disqualification for you already having a couple of offences and then you just go stupidly fast into the pit lane.
It's the game. The game, like, doesn't recognize that you are still on track. And for example, if you cut the last technical section in Circuit of the Americas too much, the game detects that you are going the wrong direction somehow, not really sure how, and it disqualifies you straight away. It happened to some drivers that I was racing with, and they got disqualified while P3, for example.
Yeah, we are going to pick up with the 127 Audi from Journalist Esports Academy. Antonio Fidel still at the wheel, chasing down the 760 Aston Martin of Wojciech Strugler.
Antonio Fedele is making a race to get back positions, considering where he was earlier on. Team's fastest lap is 59.8, which is a second faster than anyone else around them. The next 59 is in the 991's hands. Madel with a 59.9 as their best lap time. And Fedele makes the position on the 130R quite comfortably in some way.
That was very well done by both drivers, just to keep it clean there. Going side by side into 130R is not exactly the ideal overtaking place. So it was very well done to make the move stick, make it clean, and have little to no contact as well.
The Journalist Esports Academy really needs to make some places back, so I think they want to pick to take some risks, considering where they are compared to where they should be, and this is part of taking risks, and they are able to do so, and they have proven quite easily.
Meanwhile,
that they are
a little bit further back, we have Sir Smoggy in the Cracked Racing 189 Mercedes chasing down the 77 BMW at quite a pace, and
contact.
A little bit of contact through there. So BMW probably just braking a little bit earlier than the Mercedes probably would have expected. No harm really done to it. Again, probably a little bit more of a detriment to the Mercedes than the BMW there.
Mercedes that is unusually underpicked compared to the strength of the Mercedes, who is now trying to overtake 150R on the inside. He goes.
That BMW's gone 6 miles left of the corner as the race leader bears down on the pair of them.
There is a cutback on the chicane, possibly. The Mercedes trying the outside with a bit of difficulties in torque for the BMW, and now there is the Aston Martin going past the both of them, with the Mercedes on the left hand of the straight. And I think he will make the position on the BMW. Yep, he makes P24 with the leader passing by just behind them.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit naughty from the Mercedes there, because they are under blue flags, but...
Oh, there is side-by-side between Jackson and Karimazou for P33. Currently side-by-side in the spoon. with the Honda of Jackson making the overtake on the McLaren 27. So that's a position being done by the team in P33. Brilliant overtake considering that he was actually on the external part of the spoon. He was on the outside making the overtake on the McLaren and not even taking track limits considering he was in track. So great sportsmanship and great racing by the duo in P53. As I'm looking at the battle that is about to begin, as the 99 is constantly losing some pace, and I'm not quite sure why, because now Jackson has Porreca, Donato Porreca for the Virtual Drivers Alliance in the car 115, just behind the BMW, who was once in P9. Oh, drive through for Muddle, another one. It's third in 15 minutes for the 911. It's another drive-through, so I'm not really sure what's happening there.
I think
After all the
I think Muddle may be pushing a little bit harder than they would probably like to on that one. Just to try and claw some time back, and it's
Oh,
not
but
really
it's
working
off.
for them.
177 is off track. In the S's.
Yeah, they got the race leader chasing them down as well.
Let's see what happened. Ah, okay, so Podence went a bit wide in turn 1 and lost the car completely. Oh, there's the overtake for
The
Jackson.
115 going into turn 1. Very well done by both. That was a clean. I mean, it was a dive, but it was a clean dive. So it's again not 100% desirable, but it's. I mean, it was a fair move.
Yeah, also in turn 1 the Audi has a lot of advantage because the straight line speed of the Audi is above any level compared to the BMW, which doesn't have any top line speed. It has a great acceleration. It's basically like the Porsche. It has some more top speed compared to the Porsche, but it's not enough compared to the Audi or the Bentley or even the Aston, no, or even the Honda. Sorry, which is a bit less and
BMW used to be ridiculous when it first came out. It used to be absolutely ridiculous everywhere, and they've since
broken. That's why.
Well, yeah, they had to tone it back a fair bit, just to make it, you know, competitive with all the other cars.
If I remember correctly, they put the car in the game without having a real race. Because if I remember correctly, they put the BMW first on iRacing, then on Assetto Corsa without making any test on track. Not really sure, but if I remember correctly, like this. Now Jackson is running in 202 while Porek has just made a update 201.2, so 1.2 seconds compared to the 115. And the Catherine battle is going around, and the only one was this one, but it's a huge chasing for Fedele to Nische for the 18th position. So long way to go for the Audi to get back into a top 10 position. But it's not over yet, considering there are 2 hours and a half to go. And the Audi is 169 is off track on last turn. It's cool. In the last corner.
That is in the wall. That is in the wall for the 169 Aston Martin.
So this put
Just about to load an instant replay for that.
Oh no, you broke the game.
I didn't, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah, Aston Martin is not facing a good time considering that the team also has a 20-second penalty for causing a.
Oh yeah, it lost it on the exit of the corner. Back end just stepped out and it just headed straight for a wall. As we do catch up with the 127 Audi once again, this time chasing down the number 8 Porsche.
I don't think we'll try to put much resistance. In fact, the Audi passes by on the outside of the Porsche and makes the 18th position.
Yeah, that looked very easy for the Audi there. Didn't really look like much of a challenge to the Audi.
I think that Jackson has come back to his lap times because he has just made a 2:01.7, which is in time with what he was making earlier on. So not sure about it because now he has just get back into his usual lap times he was doing 15 or so minutes ago. Ooh, overtake for the Honda in P44, cutting the wall of the chicane, unfortunately, so he made a mistake there, trying the overtake on Kalimazoo, and now he is 5 or so seconds behind the McLaren. But I think
Yes, as we run down the order, everything does seem to be calming down a little bit, as opposed to the events of a few hours ago. We had a few bits of action throughout the past few hours, but it does seem to be in one of those periods that you get to in especially the longer race. The longer parts of the race where everyone's just settled down, everyone's just getting their. I really wish they fixed that tracking issue on the helicopter.
Zig is getting very close to the BMW in front of him.
Yeah, 991. Let's have a look with Luca Zieg and right on board.
It's actually Medal that is came back from his third drive-through. And he is now going to defend the 14th position. He has made a 02.9 in the last lap, and Zig has made a 02.4. So it is at the moment in the Honda's favor to make the overtake for the 14th position. It is going to get closer and closer, especially in the straights, which it's going to be the next couple of hundreds of meters. The number 1 is now nearly a second behind the BMW. Very close in the chicane, and now there is going to be the straight, which is going to be a huge opportunity for the one team lineup. Bit of a poor exit compared to the BMW.
Yeah, I don't think the Honda didn't get as much of a yeah, it didn't get much traction out of the last corner there, but the Honda seems to have made up for it, especially in the corners, because that BMW seems to be coming up to it at quite a handy pace.
Well, the Honda is a lot more agile than the BMW. Oh, the number 7 is off. Number 7, who is all hard on the gravel in turn 1. And he is off the race.
That was Spoon, not turn 1.
Sorry, the Spoon. I was.
It is confusing, the track map. Normally it's at the normally it is at the bottom, and it's just like. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
in fact, I used to see the bottom is the turn one, and not the opposite.
Maybe
way.
a little bit of contact there with a passing beamer on the NSX, but we will of course carry on. But yeah, the number 7 in the pit. So either if they've gone straight to the pits, that's either a DC issue or a tech issue where they can't fix it enough to get around the rest of the lap.
That was
So it'll be interesting to see what the case
I went
is
back
there.
to see it, so I can already answer to your question. And it's odd because they were going perfectly around, and then they just stopped on the gravel and went back into the pits. So I think it's incorrect that what we were saying. So it's possibly a technical problem that they couldn't keep until the pit lane. But it was odd because they were just going normally and then just stopped on the gravel. So I'm quite curious to know what the issue was. Meanwhile, the 760 is about to make the overtake on the number 8. That's the battle for 18th position. So Strugala for the STMP is going to try the overtake on the number 8. Possibly on the straight, considering the advantage of the
He's not going to try this rope into the chicane, but if he can get a good run, which I think the Porsche has got a better one than him, and he's running with that BMW in front to get the slipstream. So don't think that this Aston is going to catch him on this occasion.
The Porsche, it has to be said, it has a lack of top speed, but if you really can maximize the exit, you really, you really demolish the straight line disadvantage thanks to the exit advantage. It has been proved just now by Nische, considering his measured exit compared to the Aston, who goes a bit wide on the left-hander, nearly onto the gravel. On the gravel goes the Porsche, just a bit.
I'm glad you were keeping an eye on that. I was just dealing with something that was occurring in the chat.
Briefly so.
Yeah.
But just a quick update, 8hrs is back on track, so I really think it was some problems of some kind, but not from the driver's side. Which... no, sorry, they have changed the driver, so it was possibly driver's problem. Now it's Trafka in the car, so it may have been driver related, and now the 7 is back in 21st position and needs to get back into the 7th, which is going to be quite an impossible task to ask for, and they are back, at least they are back into the track. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin makes the overtake on the 130 yard, and inside he goes, and makes the overtake without going a centimeter off track, and makes the overtake on the number 8. That's a 760, making 18th position.
Very, very clean there from the Aston Martin. Just quite ambitious, I will say, quite ambitious, but very well done. It does have to be said. Yeah, that was phenomenal from them too.
The 8 also goes back into the pit, so it may have been a cover-up to the Aston in terms of pit lane, considering they've been just overtaken and they can't make the overtake back in the straights. They may have chosen to pit as early as possible and try an undercut situation. With 215 to go is actually a thing to do, because we are going past the point where...
I think there's about 2 stops left, maximum, after this round, because there's a couple, I think there's...
Oh, 25!
There's the 115's currently in the pits. We have the number 8, the number 13's in the pits, but I'm not sure how long that has been there, because it's not listed as to be running currently. So I think out of all the cars currently running on track, there are 2 in the pits, so I think we might be approaching the next pit window. from the looks of it. I think the stint time was around 70 minutes, so it would be in the next 5 minutes. I'd probably expect them to be pitting. But yeah, I mean, it's a situation with that Porsche there. It's a fact of if they realise they don't have the tyres, there's no point fighting it, and it's basically a fact of we're going into the pits anyway. We're not really going to lose anything out of this. Just honestly, let them go. Make sure we don't get hit, and just box and try and get them on the, like you said, try and get them on an undercut. Because especially if you can set your tyres right, and you can get them, if you can heat them up really well on your outlap, and you can get a really good couple of laps in, then it can really make a difference, because you can pit into clean air, which is what they do it in Formula 1, and honestly, especially at tracks like this, clean air will help a lot. As the 760 now comes into the pit lane as well, making sure they hit the pit limiter before they hit that mark. Now, where is the number 8? Because that is the car they were fighting. Currently coming out of the Degners into the hairpin. So, just get passed by the 340 McLaren.
I think that also the temperature has dropped massively since the last pit stop phase. And I think some drivers want to change the tires, not because they are at the final minutes of lifespan, but mostly because of changing the tires means changing the pressures and having a more performance race car, just because you put the right pressures, which is actually a thing that comes in mind where you start to think about how much time you can lose by under pressured tires. So it may also be an undercut, not very much because of tire lifespan, but more because of I need to change the pressures as early as possible, and now is the right time considering we are in the 215
so the 760 is just okay. So the 760 has done an overcut on that Porsche, and they had just more raw pace than the Porsche, so they are quite. So they are now quite far ahead out of the pit stops. In fact, the 48 has got a drive-through as well with Dijkstra, so that looks like they've only just changed driver as well, as I believe Dijkstra and Strugler have been fighting. And Rizzo getting a drive-through as well. A lot of track limits violations are at the moment. Now, whether that's because of like you said, the tyres not necessarily like completely going off, but just like the pressures are going, the temperatures are dropping as well. Which if you do start getting if your tyres do start getting a little bit cold, you can get to start like scrubbing them while they're cold, which is not great. In fact, it'll probably wear the tyres out a lot quicker than if it was the ideal temperature. It has just dropped another degree in the past few minutes as well. So I think we're going to get to around 18 degrees by the end of the race, which isn't too far away. So the teams and drivers should have a fair idea. As our race leader has come into the pits as well, as is the 444 McLaren. But yeah, we now are into that period of pit stops.
I was looking just behind, and I think Podens has made a mistake in Degner. And I'm just looking at this replay. Oh yeah, he went straight on into the gravel. Luckily he didn't damage the car whatsoever, but the 177 has lost the car in Degner, and luckily he saved the car without damage, so the 177 is still on track with a position on Rizzo, who is just now making the drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, so there's quite a few drivers in there. You got the 22 of Steinhauser, the 115 is serving that drive-through. You got the 999 BMW, and that is it. A few drivers have already made their changes, which are tyre and driver changes.
Ooh. Multiple overtakes going on in P43. Jackson Kalamazoo and Saibia. are all in an overtake phase. All three of them. The Lexus, the Honda, and the McLaren, with the Honda in the middle of the sandwich. Meanwhile, stop and go penalty for Lubitsch for speeding in the pit lane, so the 77 is not having a good time right now with a stop and go. Going to diagonal they go. With the Honda trying the overtake on the Lexus. And Jackson, that's for P32. Couldn't happen.
Ah, Urs is in the car now. Hello, Urs.
It's also the Lexus with the worst possible livery in the entire universe, so it's always...
You leave that Lexus alone.
I asked them to ruin the livery even more in the next couple of races. And I questioned they did somehow.
Leave that Lexus alone. There's nothing wrong with it. Look at it, it's fine.
It's perfectly fine.
It's beautiful.
Oh, the Honda and the Lexus into the pit they go. So it leaves free air for the McLaren. And it means that the Saibia and Jackson are going to change tire, change driver possibly, and put all the fuel possible to get at least into the 75-minute mark.
So this is a race out of the pit lane now for these two drivers. And who's going to get there first? Because you can overtake in the pit lane. You have to be very quick about it though. It's about your response time when they drop the car. You literally have to have your foot flat on the floor, and what you have to do is leave it in gear, foot on the floor with the accelerator, and start the car as soon as they drop it, and you go.
I know a lot of people use the
that's also
automatic.
Yeah, that's also how people pick up speeding in the pit lane as well, actually. Especially if the car's got low grip, it can rip. You can just spin the tires up, and yeah, you get a speeding thing. And the Lexus, yeah, cut dry fair. Although I think the Lexus gained some time on that Honda there.
The gap between the two of them. Ooh, 888. No, okay, never mind. The gap between the two of them was around a second. So now they definitely have gained some.
They were a lot closer entering the pit lane, but I think one of them was a little bit more tentative entering the box. Either that or they didn't get straight on the box, so they had to be moved and then lifted up.
But as we were saying before, the pit lane phase really has different tactics. There are people that don't like using the automatic speed limiter and they use the manual. Not really sure why, in my opinion, because it's it's there.
Ferrari is going wide. Adam DeBeal. No, Jarzabowski in the 500 going wide on the exit of Spoon there. As the 201 catches its sister car. This could be interesting teamwork. Oh, all of the SPQR cars are P4, 5 and 6 respectively. That is quite interesting and also quite nice.
The thing is now, team orders will be applied or not, because
I don't
the
think
201...
so. I don't think so. It's a fact of like whoever's faster, you get to be at the front basically. I mean, there will be a fact of like they will be sensible about it because they want to maximize points out of this, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. I think they've got a 49 Audi somewhere in the middle there. Yeah, so you got the 203, 201, and then the 49, and then the 202. So they are currently in the a little bit in the middle of that, but yeah, they want to. They're not gonna fight each other too hard. They are gonna keep it extraordinarily sensible, again, because they want to maximise points. Like, there's not a reason to fight like that. It's just you can help each other out. So rather than be a detriment, be a bonus. As I say that, the 202 is coming into the pit lane, so maybe a So there might
Trying
be
to undercut on their
yeah,
teammates.
not so much that, just to get them out of some dirty air, get them into some clean air, and get the tires nice and bedded in, get them nice and warm, and get them where they want to, so they can just carry on with it.
By the way, I think changing subject. I think the 991 has repaired the damage to his pedals because Scheiben is back on track, but now he's being attacked by the 7 that had other problems. I think even their technical problems. So now it's the 7 against 991 for P15, and both of them are lapping fast as hell, with the 7 just slightly quicker, not by much, but enough to get closer and closer. But the question is if the 7 has enough to make an overtake and not only get close, which are two different things, because you can be faster, but it doesn't mean that you are more easily accessed to make an overtake, because maybe you're just faster in the turns, and if the car in front of you is better in the straight,
Going
it
for
doesn't.
it into the chicane. He's having a look. The Nanamon's just kept it there with the outside line and the brakes there. Braking a little bit later, you can turn in a little bit more. But I think this might just be a dive into turn 1, as he goes for the move, and he's done it before they even get there. Number 7 up into P15.
Still a long run to get at least back into top 10. Which I'm quite curious, because the 7 has had 2 races and 2 problems by possibly the same reason, which is a sort of technical / disconnection issue, because in both races they were way ahead of the grid and they had some difficulties of some kind. Nothing incident related to, so it really goes into bad luck more than anything, and these are the moments where it hurts the most, because it's not your fault and not even anyone else's fault. It just happens and you can't do anything about it. The right through 4 podiums for track limits, so now this 177 has to lose 20 seconds or so, and it means that he will lose P19 and P20 on Strugala and Gigastra.
Yeah, so the 202's come out of the pits behind the 203. The 201's still ahead of the 49, but I'm assuming the 201 is yet to pit. There is another car that's just come out of the pits. It's the number 42 Aston. They have done a driver change as well. So, just coming up on the 2-hour mark, nearly 2 hours left of this 8-hour race. Let's have another rundown of the top 10. So, in first, currently leading the race, Francesco Fidelibus with the virtual racing team, number 3 Aston Martin. You then have Tim Peachman in the triple for McLaren for Renwelton Esports Youngster. In third, currently, final podium position is Matteo Morano for SPQR, the 201 BMW. Right behind him is the number 49 Audi of Mats Linham Anderson in Race Anywhere. Audi P5, you have the 203 SPQR Audi, currently under the control of Alessandro Zampieri. P6 is the final SPQR entry for the season, currently piloted by Matteo Sinotti, and that is the 202 Audi. In P7 you have the 42 Aston Martin, now piloted by Marcel Apurius after that driver change. In 8th place you have Pavel Jazabowski in the Forza Italia PLE Racing 500 Ferrari. In 9th place you have the number 22 Aston Martin of John Papale in the driving for Rev Sim Racing. And rounding out your top 10, you currently have Rob Jackson in the 99 MSL Racing BMW. 2 hours to go. We've had quite a few battles in the midfield and near the front, such as the one going on track at the moment for P13 between Felix Dressler and Ryan Cooper in the number 5 BMW and the number 1 NSX respectively. Just about 0.2 of a second between the two, coming up to 130R. NSX having a little bit of a look, but maybe a little bit too far back, and there are 2 more cars wanting to join the party of the number 7 BMW and the 991 as well. Not too far back on the timing sheet either.
It's probably going to be a quartet because the duo in front is lapping 201, 202 around there, and the duo behind is running 200. So it's definitely going to be a quartet in the next couple of laps. There is just the Aston Martin of, I think it is the, can't really see the number, it's 22, so it's Papale, currently in P9, and this means that they can't really overtake him. It's more that Papale has to overtake the others, and it's a bit of an odd situation right now because Trafka and Sheben are possibly faster than Papale, but they have to make the overtake in the safest way possible, considering that they are back markers in the time screen, even if their pace is around the 200, so quite a bit faster than Papale's.
Yeah, they're further back in the standings, so they have to yield. As the NSX goes up the inside into the hairpin and gets the move done on the number 5. Number 5 running really, really wide there, and the number 1 making that move fairly easily, to be perfectly honest. Let's go back with the 991, as that's where the rest of that is. That number 5 now under attack from the 991 and the number 7. The number 7 is ahead of the 991, and both of those are currently going side by side on the exit of Spoon. 991 maybe a little bit of a tap with number 5. Number 5 runs a little bit wide into Spoon, cutting the grass a little bit, and then we'll tuck in behind all of the other 2, going up towards 130R. Very well done by all the drivers. Maybe a little bit of a tap there, but nothing nasty.
A position that had to be done using some risks and by being a bit aggressive, considering that their pace is a bit faster than the 5, and they had the best opportunity, considering that Papale had to get past, had to pass by the number 5, and the other 2 drivers just took the opportunity to use it as a priority lane and get through another position. Now it's Cooper in the number 1 Honda that has to give way to Papale, who is now being attacked by Trafka, to be honest, so it's a bit of a odd situation now.
I think the number 5, out of that, the number 5 got the worst of that. They were a little bit squirrely out of the final corner and heading towards the very limits of the track on the outside of the final corner, which is not really what you want to be doing, because if you get on that grass there, you're kind of going sideways into the wall, unfortunately. Whereas I think we saw with Robert Kubica a few years ago in Formula 1. But yeah, that Aston Martin's not exactly pulling away from Trafka and Shaban in the BMW, is it?
By the way, we have Vincent Erbridge in the commentary waiting room to
do we
do
really? Let's have
some talking about the race.
Oh, Mr. Erbridge. I hope I've dragged you to the right room. Yes, I have. Hello, Vincent. Thanks for paying us a little visit.
Hello.
I'm just
Thanks
trying
for
to.
mentioning this. I hope you are having a fun time watching this race.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite an entertaining race so far at the very least.
Trafka off track on the wall he goes!
Oh, that is a big spin for Trafka. So you currently have Mats in the car for the number 49. You're currently in 4th. You do have the fastest lap of the race so far, though. 59.8. Oh my days.
Yeah, I mean, our car is working pretty well. We spent a lot of time to set it up, to be honest. Even though still 1 hour before the race, we were still doing the last minute adjustments. It was very much like F1, adjusting the setup until the last moment. But we were in a really good position to take this race in the first stint, but then the rain arrived, and we wanted to pit for wets. I went in the pits to pit for wets, but then I did some misclick and it switched to no change tire, so I did a pit stop for nothing. I lost almost one lap. And yeah, now we are trying to come back. We did a pretty good job at that, but now the top 6 guys, especially top 4, are pretty quick, so it will not be easy to get them, to be honest. We are trying our best, but last stint I caught, I think, 5 seconds. We are gonna need to be a bit quicker than that if we want to get P3, or maybe wait for a drive-through. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you have chosen the Audi, which, to be honest, has seemed to be pretty solid around Suzuka. I've not seen it throw too many curveballs, even during like the Super Pole at the start of the race as well. I've seen a few other cars running maybe a little bit wide, maybe the back end stepping out a little bit, but it seems to be. It seems to look very comfortable, and Matt seems to be very comfortable in it as well as he's just coming up on a backmarked Porsche.
Yeah, you use a lot of track there in 130R. We are on 2 warnings, so we need to be a bit careful.
You wouldn't be the only person to get a drive-through for track limits. There have been a fair few dished out over the past couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. Any information about the top 3 teams, if they have any track limits warning?
We are yet to find out on any. I think one of them has already. I think one of them may have served something like that,
Okay.
or it may have been another time penalty issued by the stewards. But from what I can see at the moment, the top 10 have been pretty clean, track limits wise. I think it's some of the cars further back in the field that have been a little bit more ambitious with the track limit, shall we say.
Yeah, it's very easy to get some warnings on this track. But yeah, about the Audi, I think this is my favorite car in the game right now. The old Audi used to be a bit unstable, but now this one, for example 130R, it's very difficult to die when you are off the gas. I think it never happened to me. It happened to me on the outside curb while on the power, when the rear suspension was a bit stiff and I just lost the rear, but otherwise it's a very stable car and very fun to drive. Maybe not as compliant as the BMW, for example. I know the BMW is absolutely insane on curbs, in the Degners and corners like that. Audi is a bit more of a work on this matter, because you have to compromise a bit those bumps to have a better AO for your setup.
So what I'm hearing is you're going to be driving the Audi from now on, no matter what.
No, you never know what happens, because at least now no one is forcing me to choose any particular car or forcing us, so we can, if we get bored of the Audi, we can just take another one.
Well, it's nice to see another Audi lover, to be honest. As I have been always a main Audi.
Okay.
It's been like 3 seasons that I'm using it, and I think just for making a change, I think I will try the Porsche. It's completely different. But usually a lot of people complain the Audi that is way too much unstable on throttle. Is it the same for you, or is it any different for your driving style?
On throttle or off throttle?
On throttle.
No, on throttle it's always in pretty much every car right now. It's very difficult to get the compromise between traction and turn on the fast corners, like push understeer in Dunlop curve, for example. It's very hard to balance it out with the traction in slow corners, and corners like Spoon, for example. Spoon is always very limited in traction. But no, I don't feel it's any harder than any other car on power. Especially not the front engine cars, because this one has the engine on the middle, so it's naturally a bit of an advantage on traction. Definitely. But yeah, it's a bit bugged almost, this game, in that way. Now the cars are really hard to set up on the rear to make the compromise between understeer and traction. Very hard.
I mostly ask it because I am one of those drivers that have difficulties on throttle, especially because I can find the compromise, but the compromise is either go completely slow because the preload is not enough, high, and it's not enough.
Yeah, closed. High.
Okay, yes, I couldn't remember how to say closed in English. And the other way around is to open it up, but you tend to spin the car. So the compromise is very difficult to find, in my opinion, on the Audi. And that's why I think about a change, but obviously that's not the same for a lot of people. Like, I know that some people complain that the Audi is understeery, which I can't really understand how they can say that it's understeery considering that that car is an absolute weapon in every single situation where you need an agile car. And some people really complain that there is some understeer in the car, which obviously any person is different.
Yeah, it can definitely be. I know, for example, me and Mats, we had some difficult time setting this car up because we had different preferences. Mats was always saying on the setups that I liked, he was always saying, "Oh man, it's so understeery, I can't do anything. I mean, it's not consistent." And then I tried this setup, and it's the opposite. I'm way too oversteer for me.
Yeah, there's.
I
know a few people like that. It's like some people will love oversteer, and some people will drive it like that. It's got no steering whatsoever, and it's just like, just trying to find the best of both worlds is probably a horrible thing to try and sort out, but seems to be working for you.
Especially at Suzuka, because there's just so many. I mean, there is no two corners that have the same radius, so it's a complex track, and the setup is really sensitive there. So
there's also the bop. In some tracks, I know the Audi is. It has been demolished in some tracks. Like I know that Laguna Seca is the first that comes to my mind because I know the Audi has like a second compared to the Porsche and the Honda, which is a thing.
Yeah, that's Laguna Seca has always been one of the tracks where the BOP is the worst. Plenty of the American tracks don't have such a good BOP. But at least this setup compromise problem between us two, it helps us to be more to build more of a team spirit, because you know when you are not agreeing, it's not easy, because then one guy starts to do his thing on his own and everything, and you just lose time that way. Then you have to go back on the same setup together and work actually together and try to find some agreements, you know. So this is complex at this track, but I think no, I'm relatively happy with what we did.
You got just over an hour and a half. Got 1 hour 46 minutes. You're currently running P4. You aiming to finish on the podium? Is that something you think you can do?
Of course, we are always aiming for P1, you know. But right now there is quite a big gap, and without a mistake on their part on P3 will be difficult. Mats is doing a good job. The gap is coming down a little now.
Right, 16.5 seconds. But yeah, again, the AD just seems to be extraordinarily comfy in it at the minute. It's like he's not really. He's just cruising. It just seems like he's just cruising, having fun.
Yeah, I can see he's pushing, because before he wasn't using as much of a track limits. But this is good because now we really need to take a bit more risk to catch P3.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that Christian will join me in wishing you the absolute best of luck with that, because it could definitely be a very good finish at this track, and it's provided quite a lot of fun, and we hope you have a lot more fun for the rest of the evening.
I will hope as well. I think whatever happens, we will have fun. Thank you very much, guys, for having me, and I always enjoy these laid-back AOR endurance races and the commentary you are giving out, so thank you.
No problem, mate.
Well, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Enjoy it. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye. Oh, there's been multiple incidents.
Yeah, 728 is currently off track just in the S's, and I believe, is that the number 15 at the chicane?
728 and 660. Oh, it's two different incidents.
Yeah, different sides of the track.
Unless 660 was involved. Let me check what happened at the 660. Maybe I can find it.
Yeah, we've got a couple of cars in the pits at the moment. I think the number 7 is DC'd. The number 7's not.
No, the number
in the
7
zone right now.
was involved in the half spin. It was like in the spoon when he spun the car and it went in the barrier.
So
That's before the interview.
So that was quite a nice chat with Mats Lindemann-Andersson's teammate, Vincent Ebrick. Currently running in 4th place, and they do kind of have the fastest lap of the race. So if there are any more drivers who do want to have a nice little chat with us, feel free to pop yourself into the ready for interview room on the AOR Discord, and we'll bring you up and have a nice little chat, see how your race is going. On track, at least, the 127 is once again catching the number 8, if I'm not mistaken, or just past. I think it's just got past the number 8 before 130R. It's a little bit slow on reaction times there, I will admit.
By the way, I went back looking at the 728 crash, and it has made contact with the 114 in the right hander, in the left hander just after the SS.
I think the 114's fixing that damage now they're in the pits.
Yep, they made the incident with the number 114, basically full speed into the car.
Oh dear.
As the 114 went on the gravel and it wasn't being seen by the 728, so it basically destroyed the car.
Yeah, that is not.
Oh, the number 3 is off! Number 3 is off! The leader is off track! Leader is currently off track in turn 1!
Let's have a look what happened there. Again, I do apologise about the frozen screen. Just trying to get the instant replay back up. That's at turn 1.
Yep, it's turn 1, and it's at this. They have quit entirely the session. So it's disaster for the lead of the race. And now Pishman is in the lead, so the triple 4 is down below.
What happened? What happens at the number 3? Unless if they've stopped at the first turn, is that a?
I think they disconnected.
That seems to be that might be a DC issue. That.
I think it's the same that happened to the 7, because the 7 before
They DC'd.
The DC was there.
Someone in the endurance chats said they've DC'd. That is a massive blow. They can still rejoin. They will rejoin from the pits, and it looks like they have. Hardware died. Oh. So they're now currently in 3rd, and from the thing in there, they may have caught someone in the middle of that as well. So it looks like a technical hardware issue on the driver's end, and it was wheel and pedals that went, which is why they ended up on at turn 1.
Yeah, I was looking at the replay.
I think they may have restarted just to reset the hardware.
Oh, there's been a crash with Audi too.
Yeah, they did say they may have caught someone.
I was looking at the replay. Basically, they had some malfunction with the wheel and the pedals, and they had contact with the 203. So the 203, who was a contender put to the podium, and therefore the win, is now back in the pits because of damage to this car. So now the 49 is in the podium, and 202 is in P4, and with Pishman in P1 and Maran in P2. That's a disaster for the leaderboard in its
Yeah,
entirely.
they've been at the front of the field pretty much all race, and they have been knocked out of the podium places. They're still not going yet, and I think they may be currently getting lapped by Mats Lennon Anderson, who is now in P3 as the number 3 only just gets going out of the pit lane. So they are just about a lap down on the next place up. So that's, yeah, that sucks. That just absolutely sucks for the crew of the number 3. They've been absolutely faultless for so long, and it's a technical issue that's knocked them off the top. Then they're in P6. So the 201 and the 202 are in the top 4. The 49 is now in the podium places, and the 444 is now leading the race.
It was a very odd situation to the number 3, because it was basically the accelerator was like going on and off, and they made contact with a BMW, I can't recall the number, and then when they tried to get back into the racing line, the tractor was still giving problems, and they made contact with the Audi. So that's the whole situation as it happened, for right to let everyone know. And it really shuffled the whole leaderboard apart, as you said, with the 201 and 202 back into a contention. But unfortunately it meant that the 203, so one of their teammates, had to be taken out by
that number. The number 3 is trying to defend, just to try and get some ground back to try and do it. But I think they are pushing a little bit hard at the minute. As they go off track again. I think they managed to keep that out of the wall. I think
I wouldn't like to be
to keep it at the wall. I think they've done a driver change as well.
Yeah, they did a driver change.
Because of that hardware issue.
Thing is that even then, Fidelibus and Porco are just a 2-driver lineup. So if one of them has a problem, it means that Porco has to make all the next 90 minutes basically alone in the car, because there is another third teammate to substitute for. So it's
not necessarily. If they can find out what the issue is,
well, obviously.
It says the hardware died. It can be any number of things. It can literally just be like the cables
overheating.
So maybe maybe the cable shook out.
Like the 991 that has
a cable shook out. Someone's accidentally hit like a power switch on the wheel power brake, something like that. It can be anything. But yeah, it is a shame when stuff like that happens. I mean, hopefully they can fix the issues. And I mean, I'm hoping they can kind of gain some ground back, because they've been absolutely faultless all race, and just have like the lead you've held for best part of 6 hours now. It's just, yeah, that will hurt a lot, and I know Porco and the number 3 will want to be pushing quite a lot.
Thing is that 777 on the overtake to the 8, on spoon he goes, and 777 makes the overtake on the number 8. So that's a pass for Benz in the 777. But as I was saying, endurance racing also relies on your hardware, because you also have to make your hardware endure the endurance, which is an easy thing for cheap hardware like the Logitech G29. because it can't overheat. It
I mean,
doesn't
you say
really work.
cheap. It's not dirt cheap. The cheap wheels are the really rubbish ones, but yeah, you can normally get good deals on like the G29s that do make them quite a bargain. But yeah, it's like even the Logitech G series are prone to overheating because of the way the casing is. Like a lot of the more high grade stuff will tend to have built-in fans, and then like kind of like your PC, when it hits a certain temperature, the fans will spin up faster just to cool it better. But I mean, it's not impossible that it's not impossible for them to overheat. But yeah, it depends on the setup and how they've got it. But yeah, it is a massive shame for them.
Who the 189 in P22 is now trying the overtake on the number 8, who has just lost the position in 777. So now the Porsche has to defend another time from another driver. Number 8 with some massive problems, to be honest, because they have lost 8 seconds in the last lap. Not really sure why. I think they have made a mistake somewhere, and now they have to defend against the Mercedes just behind them.
Yeah, it's not the hardest thing to make a mistake in the Porsche, especially if you're more than halfway through your stint. You're on the other side of your fuel tank in terms of how much you've got left, so you're just getting less and less weight on the front axle, which it's an issue with the Porsche, and I really wish they'd like designed the racing version of it better, as the Mercedes goes up into spoon, and that looked textbook if ever I saw it. But yeah, the Porsche, like especially on light fuel, has got little to no front end on it, so it is, and especially with colder temperatures, warm tyres, and hardly any weight on the front axle, it can be quite a challenge. So if you do try and compensate, you can start losing a little bit more time than you'd probably like.
Yeah, no, the Porsche has a lot of difference between low fuel and high fuel. A lot of people really put two different setups for qualifying and race.
Yeah, I mean,
because
especially quali, you'd probably tend to just want to overfuel the Porsche anyway, just to get a little bit more front end on it. Unless you're at a circuit like Paul Ricard, in which case just load it as light as you can and just get as much straight line speed off it as you can.
but yeah,
So go on.
it's the thing is of making two different setups. Well, maybe just one. Like you said, maybe you want a more stable car, but in many cars, at least for me, there is not really a gigantic change from a qualifying setup to a race setup. I don't even do a qualifying setup. I just use the race setup with low fuel. But the Porsche, I know for some experienced driver in the Porsche, that they really have to make two different setups completely different. Like they are black and white, literally two sides of the same car, and it's a bit another thing to hear, at least for my side, because I don't even do a single change in my setups for qualifying a race, and hearing that the car has a completely different setup for qualifying, it's a bit odd as a thing to hear, but I can understand it as the Porsche is really another kind of beast to tame. It's a lot of drivers say that the moment that you think you are ready to drive the Porsche, you are not. A lot of people say this because maybe true. I suspect it's true.
If you do come to ACC, the Porsche is probably one of the worst cars you can pick to try and drive first. Aston, Beamer, Bentley are probably your best three. Just because of how the car handles. I mean, you'd probably be alright with a Lexus as well, but the main difference with like qualifying setups and race setups, it solely depends on the car and the track. Because I know for a lot of cars it will be very small changes to suspension, just in terms of how flat the car needs to run, just to try and get as much out of it as much cornering out of it as you can. Keep as much grip through the corner. Whereas in the race, you've got a lot more weight with the fuel. But yeah, a lot of people do tend to run race setups and just tweak them a little bit, because the race setup, it's a lot easier to get comfortable with. And to be honest, they don't tend to differ too much. Again, depending on the car, but the Porsches, because they set it up very differently, because the Porsche has no front end if it's got no fuel in it. So you have to basically understand that if you've got a light Porsche, you need to know exactly where you can turn in with basically no front end. But in the race, you've got a lot of fuel, your car's quite heavy, so you can chuck it around a little bit more. Like, you can't fully lob it around like you probably could like the Beamer, but you can throw it in a little bit more than you'd be able to. Yeah, setups are weird, because I know some people who run quali setups all the time, and some people who don't even touch a quali setup. They'll do literally what you said, Christian, just load a race setup and just literally yank the fuel out of it. I tweak the setups a little bit sometimes, but that's mainly mainly aero, just to give me a little bit more on the straight line speed side. I'm just going to quickly switch to the 169 as they're coming up to the number 8 Porsche once again. I don't think this is going to be much of a challenge for that Aston Martin, I will be honest. Job done before turn 1. Yeah, that was cut and dry, that one. Aston Martin's very nice, and I mean they are keeping the Porsche really stable, but it depends on how much you want to try and throw it about to get something, to try and get something that might not even help.
A lot of drivers, like I sometimes I see some posts on Reddit on the Assetto Corsa subreddit, and there are some people that say, what is a good car to start from? And the next question is the Porsche a good car to start from?
No.
And there is like a trade-off, no. it's a wall of no.
It is not. Again, it's probably one of the most challenging cars you can choose, which is why, like, again, easiest ones to start with: BMW, Aston, Bentley, or Lexus. Any of those, go for it. Mercedes, probably a little bit tail happy, but that's because it's hardly got any weight on it if you got low fuel. McLaren, that's just tail happy in general because it's got a long butt. What else have we got? Audi, the new Audi's not actually too bad. You could probably go with the new Audi. NSX is extraordinarily hard to try and get anything out of unless you've got a perfect setup. Ferrari, again,
Not
tail
anymore.
happy.
Not anymore since the last update. The Honda is really tame, to be honest. It's basically like the Audi, but just a lot more comfortable. In my opinion, because in my opinion the Audi is way harder than the Honda. Like, the Audi really wants to put you on the wall and say goodbye to you, and the Honda is way more happy to stay at your limits. If you understand what I mean, like, you can say where to go. Like, the Audi decides where you go. In most of the times, you have to basically say, okay, you win. While the Honda, in my opinion, is not a starting car yet, because it very much comes from the Audi sort of branch. So tail happy, loose in basically in every corner, very I wouldn't say understeery, but it tends to understeer sometimes in high speed. And like I said, the perfect car is actually the Aston, the BMW, the Bentley not anymore because it's slow.
I mean,
nowadays.
the Bentley may be slow, but it's still a very, very stable car. So I still probably would say that it's it's one that you can go with, because if you get comfy with it, you can then start going to faster and faster cars, and then if you really want to try and drive anything, get the GT2 Ferrari for the Ferrari Challenger, then try and get that round a lap of anywhere.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, BMW's
The
running
Ferrari.
speaking of BMWs, running a little bit wide through 130R under challenge from a Bentley. A little bit of contact through the final chicane under pressure from the 48 of Justin Dijkstra. As they come round the final corner, this is going to be a race down to turn 1 and see who's better on the brakes, which is actually going to be quite interesting, the Bentley or the Beamer. I think the Bentley's got the inside line. Will the Beamer try and fight it back? Bentley's planted that exactly where they needed to make that move stick. Very well done from Justin there in the Bentley. That was quite nice to watch.
For in these moments, you see the weakness of the BMW, which is top speed, ultimately, and the braking points, and compared to any other car.
It didn't used to be. Since they've changed the gear ratios on the BMW, there was one where you could literally just run it in 5th, and you didn't even need to go near 6th anywhere, not even at Spa, unless you were behind someone on the Camel Straight. Since they've changed the gear ratios, the BMW has lost a bit of top speed on it. But yeah, it used to be an absolute monster. But now it's a little bit, it is a little bit slower.
A lot of people say that the BMW is dull. I tried it and I don't think it's so boring as a car.
It's enjoyable to drive, but it takes a lot of physical effort, because the steering is a lot heavier than on any other car. It's like you go from, say you go from like the BMW to the McLaren, it will basically feel like you have no force feedback on the McLaren if you've driven that BMW for a bit. Genuinely.
True. I used to switch BMW and Audi, and like from a car to the other, it was nightmare.
Yeah.
Because the BMW is a brick in the wheel, and the Audi is basically the moment you think of turning, it's already too late. So basically, it's completely different. But I think it goes a bit behind the Lexus route of being very stable but very kind of slow in turning. But I think the Lexus is one of the best car around the car pack in the braking. But I think it's just slow anywhere else, to be honest. And it's a bit sad because the Lexus, I think it needs more importance compared to where it stands in real life. Like in real life, it's not using the GT World Challenge, I understand it, but there is like, there is the IMSA, where it's been still used. And it really gives some actual cars a real fight for positions. So I think that it should be buffed again, like where it used to be some time ago. And in my opinion,
yeah, I think they are focused. I think at the minute they're focusing on like the newer cars that have come out. Because you
Ferrari,
have
Lamborghini.
there's a new McLaren as well that they're using for. Oh, so the number 3's wheels completely dead.
Oh, that's why.
Couldn't even do an escape. He had to Alt F4, which is where they DC'd.
Ah, okay. But then now the new Ferrari, Lamborghini, and no, it's
Yeah, the new. I don't think they're running the new Ferrari in the actual the GT3 seasons yet at the minute, so they won't have them ready to go for
the next championship, because
for the next
I know they
season,
tried
yeah.
to. I know they tried both the Ferrari and the Lamborghini were about to get put into the starting grid of the Bathurst, but they've been refused for not the new Porsche also, but they've been refused for not having the homologation yet. So the first effective start on the grid should be at this particular time. If it's not Bathurst, it's probably going to be, I suspect, around maybe 12 hours of Gulf or later, maybe even after January, possibly.
Yeah.
I'm quite interested in them.
But yeah, it doesn't say they have anything like specifically on the horizon at the moment. Other than I think they've updated for some of the 2022 season liveries, and I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, nothing new from Kunos recently. So they're either hard at work or they're keeping things close to the chest. I do know they are working on like the second Assetto Corsa. Like that's been in the works for a few years now. The 777's running a little bit wide at spoon. You don't want to be venturing out there too much. You might pick up a few little warnings on that one. But yeah, that 48's just vanished from that BMW.
I think their effort will stay with the game for as much as possible, considering that it's actually quite beneficial for them, considering that is the official GT World Challenge game. So I think they are putting more effort in here than in the next chapter of the Assetto Corsa. Also because there are the new Evo cars going out, even if they are not on track. Not even for Kyalami. I was looking at the news just now. Even Kyalami is a no-go for the 3 new cars. I think the next update may come out just like the BMW happened. So even if there has been no official test on track, they may still make an update about the 3 cars, and I don't know, maybe January? Just launching a month. Ooh, the 8. The 8 is off track. The 8 on the gravel in 130R.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that have gone a little bit wide in the past few. Yeah, the number 8 is just picking up a little bit there after running wide. I think they might have the 55 Aston. 55 Aston's already gone past.
No,
they do have quite a few lap cars at the moment.
I think they have some damage. I think they have. Let me see the replay quite quickly. I'll give you.
They've got some kind of issue. They are going very, very slowly.
Yeah, I think.
Let's see if they've hit a wall. If they've hit a wall, then they have issues with the steering.
Oh, there has been an incident because there was a Ferrari out of track and they've lifted off in 130R and that put the Porsche into the wall. So they have
They've got suspension damage.
Yep, suspension damage on the left side of the car, and not sure why they didn't go into the pits when they were there. But now they have to do the whole lap with damage and lose several seconds and even positions by doing so. Ah no, never mind. I think they are waiting for the 115 mark, so they don't need to do another stop. So they are in time for the stint timer.
They're not gonna. There's no point in that. They may as well just keep going round because they have another 6 minutes. There's no way you can do a lap of Suzuka in 6 minutes without basically just coming completely off the throttle and going round at pit lane speed.
Yeah, you can see the light going a bit
that's
on
just,
and off.
That's just your game, I think. Oh wait. Oh, that has a lot of. Has that got damage on the windscreen? Yes, that is a lot of damage on the windscreen.
The impact was basically.
Does it happen?
Face on.
It's happening under braking, isn't it?
No. lift off basically one left RTR here.
Shouldn't
A Ferrari
it
was on the
shouldn't
gravel.
No, it shouldn't happen when they lift off. It should happen when, like the issue with the lights, it should only happen under braking, I think.
Ah, you mean I don't know.
Because that's when I mean, technically speaking, that's when the circuitry runs through the.
Oh, there's been contact! Oh, more contact!
That is a big whack. That is a big whack, and that needs to. That's probably not the way I would have done that. Probably would have rolled back into the grass on that one, but yeah. That Porsche definitely needs fixing now, doesn't it? Who did the Porsche collect there?
991 and...
Oh, it's really not the 991's night, is it?
It was 127 Audi, who is Antonio Fedele in 18th.
Yes, it's collected the 991 and the 127. I don't think the 991's had a rotten evening. It really has.
Yeah, they didn't have the best of the nights so far. Free drive-through, throttle problem, this incident, and honestly their pace is way above the belt. Their best lap time is a 59.9, and the first 59 that I can find in the timing screen
There's
is in sixth.
There's two 59s. Oh no, oh yeah, it is a shame because you can. I don't think it was inattention. I think it was more a fact of like just not enough time to react. Because
No.
especially, it's just someone in the chat saying that. Especially if you're going round at especially if it happens and you're aware of where the car is. If it just suddenly spins, there's not really much you can do. It's basically a fact of you kind of have to. By the time you've processed what's happening, it's basically a fact of the only thing you've really got time enough to do is hit the brakes, because there's no time or space to avoid it. You've got cars coming up behind you who could hit you into a wall if you just absolutely anchor up. So the only thing you can really do is just hit the brakes, try and avoid it, and just do what you can. So it's an unfortunate situation, that one. Because I mean, I think the 8 was definitely at fault there. If it was coming into the pits, it definitely should have stuck to the right hand side, which it didn't. It went to the left hand side and then tried to cut across. That was probably the wrong thing to do. Yeah, he definitely should have kept to the right there. And as a result, a couple of cars have had a bit of a knock. But yeah, stuff like that. It is genuinely hard to just react in time. Especially if there's like 4 or 5, especially if there's 4 or 5 cars, it's hard to, because you're focusing on the guys behind you, you're making sure your exit's perfect, and then you got to keep an eye on this guy. It's like, okay, I'll do this, and there's so many things going through your head at that point, and then all of a sudden this guy in front just suddenly spun his car. It's changing a completely different mindset from one to the other and reacting in time. It can be. I mean, it depends on how quickly it was. It depends on how close they were behind. They may have been warned, but it may not have been in time, because there is a certain delay between something happening, the game figuring out what's going on, and then issuing a warning to drivers behind it.
Thing is that looking back at the replay at different angles while you were talking about it. Basically, the Porsche was slightly on the outside because of the damage they had, and it's been a bit of a bad luck situation, to be honest, because the 991 was trying the overtake on the inside because the Porsche was going a bit on the outside, but the Porsche had to pit for damage, and the BMW was on the inside, so it's been a bit of a collateral effect between the two of them, one trying the overtake as much as possible, maybe thinking that the car in front of him was trying to let him pass, and the Porsche having to go to the left, not because of his choice, but because the car was going left. So it has been absolutely bad luck for the 911. These ones are the moment where you need a spotter. Like in endurance race, that's also the reason why I think that having 2 drivers is always the good thing. Not only because of possible problems in your car, which can happen, but also in these cases where a car in front of you may have some damage, and you don't know, because probably the driver of the 911, which was, I think it was Sheben, maybe, I'm quite sure that Sheben didn't know that the Porsche was heading to the pits because of suspension damage. And these ones are the moment where a spotter in your team really makes the difference, because a spotter would have said that the Porsche was heading to the pits and to wait behind them. Obviously, in this particular case, it doesn't mean completely destroying for the race, because the 911 is still 4 seconds behind Cooper in the number 1, and it's still up in good times. But I'm not sure about whether or not there are some damage, because unfortunately in the spectator mode, if a car has damage, they keep it, and you don't see if they have repaired the damage or not, since the last update. I'm not really sure why. But that's a bit of thing of endurance race. You have to be absolutely alert about everything. If a driver is going so very much a lot slower compared to the normal, it's a bit more beneficial if you just wait behind and lose some times than doing an incident. But obviously in this particular case it was no one's fault, because one car was headed to the left because of no choice, and the other was just making an overtake. So it has been just pure bad luck by both parts, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously it was intentional, but none of them.
Mercedes going a little bit onto the grass there. Possibly, is that the... Which one was that? Was that the 189?
I think it was a 189. I think it's also the only Mercedes on track currently. No, yeah. It's the only Mercedes on track. No, there is also the 63.
It was the 63. The 63 ran a little bit wide. It's just there's that many cars. I can't find all the numbers. So just trying to figure out which one it is a little bit of a task as it is. But yeah, we should be seeing roughly 189. There's a yellow flag for. That has had a Jesus. That's had a hit and a half. That is a significant amount of damage to that Mercedes. What has happened there?
I can give a look quite fastly. Let me see.
That's not going to be ideal. The 127's coming into the pits as well. Or are they just the 127's just leaving? Yeah, that was... No other cars have come into the pits from that, so that might be self-inflicted.
I'm looking at the replay, and in fact I think it was... Because there is no contact report, so I think it was self-inflicted, but I'm looking at the scene of the incident. I will report you right back when I find it.
Well, we're going to go on board with the 888 Lexus. It's about a second off the car in front, and I do believe they have a lapping car, which they do. Ahead of them, well, one's behind now, ahead. And they might use that to try and catch the car in front, which is that number 8 Porsche. But it's the very, very colourful, Lexus, and it's been adorned with many a logo and many a colour as well. Yeah, so it is coming into a point where like everyone's everyone's like settling down, everyone's fairly comfortable with everything, and they're just setting their own paces, see where they get up and see where they are with people. Again, just to get a representative look at where they can improve, where they could possibly end up come the end of the race in 1 hour and 6 minutes. As the one and only Mr. 8hrs comes into the pit lane. I hope you are keeping on the pit limiter there, 8hrs. Yeah, a couple of drivers now making their final pit stops of the race. So, stint time for this season is 70 minutes, which is why they are the final pit stops. Any car that pits now will make it to the flag on a single stint.
As off goes the 999, with Harrison Graffam behind the wheel to take it to the flag. So yeah, 70-minute stint timer. Anyone who pits now will definitely make it to the flag. As they come out, there is an Audi that just absolutely tears by. A little bit dangerous, this pit exit. It spits you out literally just at turn 1, which is not ideal. Yeah, you want to be going on the inside of that corner to get a nice rotation through the corner.
I found it, and it was loss of traction in the spoon for the 189 that has led to its incident.
I must have hit a wall fairly hard to do that.
Yep, they've lost the control in the spoon and went face on into the inner wall.
Oof. At least it was head on and it wasn't side on to damage the suspension. Because otherwise you're not getting round at any sort of decent speed because your steering arm's just completely and utterly screwed.
It took me some time because by mistake I've selected minus 60 seconds replay, so I had to wait 60 seconds for nothing. But now we are about to complete the last pit stops as the car 49 is heading into the pit lane.
A couple of them already have.
502.
Yeah, so Mats Linnemanderson's in the car, making his final pit stop. Going to keep an eye on our race leader for the moment, just as we come up to the final hour of the race and see where they pit. The only thing with like bright coloured liveries is like they get really dirty, and it makes me really sad because if they're really nice, it just spoils it. McLaren getting a little bit of a toe off of that NSX. Is a couple of the guys from the top 10 are making their final pit stops. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 444 box this lap. Just to cover anything and everything off, as indeed it does. Dives into the pits for the final time, just making sure they don't speed. That was probably a little closer than they would have liked. So P2, you now have Matteo Morano for SPQR.
So currently Fishman into the pits, trying to cover. I think, as you said, I think it was very close to the line. Not sure. No, I really don't think no one of them wants to risk it at this point because a stopping or penalty will destroy the race in a matter of seconds, and it's not really the best of tactics. Before the pits, Herbich's team, because if I remember correctly, it was Andersen in the car.
It was, yeah, so they have done a driver change, so Vincent is going to be taking the car to the flag. And then Matteo Morano is now currently leading the race in the 201 SPQR BMW. But they may be pitting this lap as the 444 has now finished their final stop, and they are going towards the end of the pit lane.
There is possibly some overtake going on about around P9 because Gilo and Golds are one after the other, but I don't know if they are on the same strategy or they are in completely different. And the answer is yes, they are. No, they are not, sorry. Because the 28 still has to pit. So for now, Golds has to make the overtake to pass. Otherwise, he will lose some time because there is. I suspect that they have just made a pit, but I think they are in battle with Aporius, if I remember correctly. But it will be seen just after the pit stop phase has been completed. Meanwhile, Prats and Herbich are in basically one half the track apart. There are 60 seconds of difference between Herbich and Rats, and I think Marano will be just in the middle in the sandwich between the two drivers. So the 201 will have, now that he is about to be in the pits, he will be comfortably in P2 unless something huge happens. And as we have all seen, everything can still happen in the next couple of seconds.
The 444 is coming up to 130R now, so the 444 will be comfortably in the lead.
I would like to say I think the position are settled, but the number 3 really proved me that nothing is written in stone until the very last second.
No, I mean they have a comfortable lead. They will have a comfortable lead, but it's not a fact of they've won, because yeah, like has happened with the number 3 crew. It's anything can and will happen to you. So. There are a total of, I believe, around 6 cars that would be on the lead lap at the end. From the looks of it.
The next cars to make a pit stop are the number 42, number 3, no, number 202, number 42, I suspect number 3, and 28 are the cars that still need to make a pit stop in the top 10. For now. But I'm quite surprised that some drivers, some teams are putting just now their fastest lap time 2:0.5, 59.8. Then for some drivers they're putting the personal best.
Yeah, so the fastest lap of the race is still held by that 49 Aston. 1:59.647. I think the next quickest is the 201 and the 1:59.765, which is quite a that's quite a nice number. 0.765.
I suspect that some drivers may put the fastest lap time just in the final stint, considering they are fresher, the track is colder, you don't overheat the tires. Theoretically the car has, it becomes faster.
It depends on where they are in the pit stop cycle, as the 991 gets another drive through for track limits, as does the 500 in P7.
Ooh,
the 500
that's
has
huge.
a drive through as well, so that will knock them down the order a fair bit. But yeah, it depends where the cars are in the pit stop cycle. If it's a fact where they basically will have like half an hour left, they will underfuel they'll fuel for about half an hour, stick a fresh set of tyres on, and then just absolutely rip it for the fastest lap. I can guarantee you. But the leaders will not be doing that, just because they've already made their final pit stops. The number 3 is yet to pit again, so I think they may have a shot. They may have a crack at it. Who else has not pitted yet? 28's pitting now.
Yeah, Mini Simeon, the thing is that they had some problems during the wet phase, because they did a pit stop.
Do you want another spanner in the works?
Yeah, I was talking about what happened.
So lap 147, a 10-second time penalty for car 444 and 2 license points for causing a moderate avoidable collision. So our race leader, as you can now see on your screen, has a 10-second penalty that will be applied now after the race. So that 201 crew has some work to do if they want to win. They definitely need to. They definitely need to get on with it now, that 201, and try and get that gap down to around 10 seconds, if they can.
24 seconds in 55 minutes, it's a bit of a huge task to ask for, to be honest. Like, they should make 2 seconds per lap. No, wait. around there, yeah. They should make 2 seconds per lap. No, 1 second, sorry, per lap. I can take multiple. So unless they really put a major stint, I think the 444 can still be saved by the penalty. Unless they make a mistake that costs them 24 seconds, obviously.
That's it. The 202 needs to keep it consistent and fast. The 201, sorry, and the 444 has to keep it clean. There is a big difference between the two. The 201 has 24 seconds to the next car, which is quite a nice little gap. They've got 54 minutes, so yeah, that'd be...
Oh, Herbich really made a fastest lap time by not even by 50 milliseconds. Exactly 50 milliseconds they didn't do another fastest lap time. The 49 crew. Talking about the 49 crew, as I was saying to Minchamian, basically they tried to change the tires during the wet phase, but they didn't change any tire nor put any fuel. So basically they did the stop and go penalty. They not stop and go, a drive through, and that's why they are a bit behind everyone else.
Yeah.
As they were in the Super Pole.
Rats is in clean air, but Rats will also have to deal with traffic, and there is a lot of it coming up.
Ooh, Doring making the overtake on the BMW. Number 660 overtakes the 16 in 24th position. So that's a position done by Doring for the team ERL Audi. Oh, he goes quite wide on the 130R and loses the position on the BMW back again. So it's Allendorf making back the place. And now there is even Gaffman behind them making...
That Mercedes has more damage.
Which one?
The 189. Has it got more?
No, I think it's the same.
Did they have they fixed the damage?
Yeah, they fixed it.
Okay.
Just that the game doesn't
so
update.
It's on my end then. Okay.
Doesn't update visually. In fact, I still see the damage, but it's not there.
It genuinely used to.
Yeah, I don't know why, but since the last update, basically, drive through for Langley. Basically, since the last update, you, as a spectator, you see the damage anyway, even if they repaired it, which is quite frustrating if you are doing a commentary, because you can't really tell if the damage has been repaired or not.
Yeah.
But there is Allendorf on Smoggy, 16 on. Ah no, the way 189 has made the overtake on Allendorf. Sorry. Position being done for the.
Yeah, the 660's chasing the 16, but it's also got the 999 for company as well. So it's not ideal for that Audi right now, because the 999 looks like it's a lot closer. In fact, it is a lot closer than the 16. In fact, that's Urza's BMW. Oh, very nice on the entry to spoon. Audi's got a little bit more on the brakes there.
Yeah, the Audi trying to defend this position. So Graham against Doring. That's for 25th and also 24th, considering what's ahead of them. Actually 23rd, because Langedick has a drive-through for track limits. In fact, he is in the pit lane just now, so it means that it may well be another position. 660 loses the position on the BMW, and the 999 makes the position on the Audi. So now the next target is on Allendorf for Gaffman.
The 660 is diving into the pits for its final stop.
Ah, that's why, okay.
And the 55 has just cleared its drive-through.
And it's side-by-side situation? No, not really. So the 189 and 16.
It's the triple. It's the 999 and the 16 that are currently going toe-to-toe on track, or wheel-to-wheel rather. As the 999 breezes past for some reason.
thing is that both of them have already made a pit stop, so this one is effectively a full on track battle. They can't make anything out of it.
If you want me to get technical, Simeon, it's not actually a ball of gas, it's plasma. It burns that hot, it forms plasma, not gas. I think that covers the random part of the commentary tonight. Ball of burning gas. Burning gas would be Saturn or Jupiter. They're gas giants. But no, the sun is a ball of burning plasma. Still burns your eyes. Why are you looking at it? Why are you looking at the sun, Simeon? Don't look at the sun. It's bad for you. I know this from experience. That's what I did as a child, and it's now why I wear glasses. So, there you go. Strange anecdote for today. I've done quite well, actually, without going off on, like, weird tangents. I'm proud of myself. I'm sure that'll change. There's 10 hours next month, so I'm sure that will change. But yeah, how's the 201 getting on? They're about they're going backwards, about 35 seconds behind.
And Airbridge has just made the fastest lap of the race so far. 59.45 for the Audi team lineup, who are unfortunately still 23 seconds behind the BMW next online. They're gaining half a second.
They're catching them, but not by much.
Yep, they are catching, but I don't think they will gain back 23 seconds in the next 47 minutes.
No, the top three now need to just be very clean about everything. They can't afford a penalty, they can't afford contact, they can't afford to go back into the pits. None of them.
I think Airbridge is really trying it though, because if Arena really starts to lap into the 200 point something, it means that he need 22 laps if anything happens, like Farina going a second slower than Airbridge by some reasons. And there are 22 laps remaining because, no, 24 laps remaining as it stands. So actually making a second per lap is difficult, but oh, Porco! Huge one! 35 seconds penalty for the kind of 40? It's 40 seconds penalty.
Yeah, 40 second time penalty, 2 license points, causing a moderate avoidable collision.
That's a huge one for the car number 3.
Sure what that was about, actually.
But 3 and 0. Ah, it was the incident in turn 1 when he was disconnected with the wheel and pedals.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. They have to run by the rules of if it's reported, they have to investigate it, and if it is unfortunate, there's not really much they can do. So how far behind is P5? Are they going to lose a position? They're about 30. They're about 35 seconds roughly behind. I think 32. I should just wait for the timing screen, other than trying to figure it out, eh?
Oh, my timing screen is putting 33.0, so
on here it says 32.6, but that may have changed. It depends where they update. But
the free lineup needs 8 seconds.
It's difficult, Simeon, because it's sim racing, so it's extraordinarily difficult to say one thing over the other. I mean, in terms of the stewarding, their hands are kind of tied on that. It is extremely unfortunate, and it does seem extraordinary. It does seem fairly harsh, but at the end of the day, it is a circumstance. It's something that did happen. Like the the number 3 was still technically the responsible car, so they would have to treat it and judge it as such, unfortunately.
I think the pillar reason for the penalty is because the number 3 tried to get back into the track with a malfunction happening. And I think that's the reason as to why they are penalty.
They won't have had it unless it specifically states it in the report. They won't treat it like that. No, they can't let something like that go, especially if it's a fairly harsh collision. It's I mean, whether it's a technical thing or not, if it isn't reported if it isn't put to the stewards like that, then it's it is something where they have to run it. They have to run it through their procedure, which, if it's not reported in a specific way, they will treat it as the rules dictate, which again is just unfortunate. But it does mean that the number 3 crew does have a fair amount of work to do to keep fourth.
But I think the pillar is that they tried to spin the car back while the throttle was malfunctioning. So possibly it's even there because the penalty is way harsher than expected. So I think that probably they've counted into the penalty that they tried to get back into the track and into the racing line with a throttle that effectively wasn't working, thus being a major I wouldn't say a problem to the other racing drivers, but an obstacle for sure. So that's possibly why the 40 and not anything less, because the damage to the 203 wasn't like absolutely destroying car type of damage. But I think the problem is more that the 3 tried to get back into the track with a 180 degrees spin, because they were facing the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, again, the stewards can't look at it. The stewards can't go back and look at it themselves. They have to.
Yeah, obviously.
They have to review the evidence that was submitted to them. So if that includes something where it may have been a dangerous rejoin, then they have to treat it as such.
You know, this drive-through for air bridge and the edge for track limits in the last couple of minutes. So now P3 has a drive-through penalty.
And this is why they should have kept it clean rather than trying to push. For that exact reason. If they'd have kept it clean, easy podium. Now they have to worry about the possibility of getting caught by someone as they get overtaken, if they get overtaken while they're doing a drive-through.
Not only podium, I was looking at the time screen and they were gaining, really gaining it, a second per lap. So they were fighting for P2 if the pace would have been the same, but unfortunately they have now picked a drive-through. As you can see, 20.6 on the time screen. They will be on fight for a possible P2, but unfortunately now it's all in the bin because they have to push for the drive-through. And just because Porco has a 40 seconds penalty, it won't be enough for losing the position, but it's definitely going to hurt them because they were fighting for a possible P2 just in the very final seconds of the race. So now Z just made the drive-through and is still in P12, even if Madl is just 7 seconds behind. But Madl is gaining a second per lap on Zij, so we may face an overtake in the very final minutes for the 12th position. And I think before 2, because Porco is now 35 seconds, just 35 seconds ahead of Giacomelli. And gaining.
I don't think Giacomelli's going to move up. Giacomelli's going to move up to second. I don't think, at least.
No, second no.
They are all on the same lap though.
No, second no, because it's 60.
Giacomelli's about a minute behind Ebrick.
More than a minute. It's currently 60 plus 35, so 95 seconds from Airbridge. So It's not for second. No, not even for podium. But possibly there is a fight going on for P4 because Porco and Giacomelli are 35 seconds apart each other. And the 40-second penalty is going to be applied after the race. So now it's 5 seconds to be gained by the free lineup, who is actually gaining because last lap time was at 0.3 for the free and a 1.8 for the 202. A second and a half. So there is still everything on the table, obviously. It's not over yet anything at all. I just feel sad seeing the gap between the 201 and the 49 being closer and closer, and it's all for nothing, to be honest, because it's not going to happen any overtake between P2 and P3 for the drive today they've been given.
Yeah, I think everything is calming down in the field now, so we are going to focus more at the front of the field now in the last 40 minutes of the race. But yeah, it's a little bit odd because that 49 will have to do the drive-through so you get 3 laps to do it after you get given the penalty. So it is a little bit awkward now. They are serving that now, so the number 3 could overtake the 49 on track. Timing wise, however, they would still be behind. So post-race penalties, although I think the 49 might get away with it. And number 3 is just out of spoon now. So I think the 49 may have got away with that. But yeah, the 49's lost any chance of it getting up another spot on the podium. Because again, they didn't really have much to lose because the car behind had a 40-second time penalty. They didn't really have anything to lose at that point. So why they did push that much, I'm not. I genuinely don't know. It doesn't make sense. It's just the fact of like you've got a solid podium, and like the guy behind you is like nowhere near going to be able to challenge because they're a fair distance behind and they've got a penalty. So yeah, it's the fact of like literally nothing to lose. Why push so hard and get a penalty like that when you don't really need to?
But that's why you said they got nothing to lose. They just had to gain. At the worst, they would have had, which they had, the drive-through.
They didn't have anything to lose by just like keep holding station and not pushing that much, because the gap between them and the car ahead was probably too far to do in the amount of time that was left. So rather than try and push to get P2, why not just secure P3 and don't do anything risky? Because imagine if that number 3 didn't have that 40-second penalty and then made another mistake.
Possibly they are relying more on the fact that they had a 50-second gap. So maybe possibly on the team there was whether we get a drive-through or not, we will stay in P3. So at this point, we just push the hell out of the car, and at the worst, we will stay in P3. At the best, we get into P2. So it's actually, in my opinion, it was a good try to push as much as possible and get some risk.
Car 3's not finishing 4th. Simeon, it's not finishing 4th. It's 30 seconds in front of the car behind. It's got a 40-second penalty. It won't be finishing in 4th, unfortunately, at the flag. Meanwhile, Justin Dijkstra in the 48 Bentley is trying to get past the 169 Aston Martin of Josh Cherrington. That's a tongue twister of a name, I tell you. So they are keeping quite close to each other. The tyres probably depend. I don't know when these guys are pitted, just because. Yeah, I wish the thing on ACC was a little bit bigger, just to try and give a little bit more for. They won't be finishing in that position in fourth, no, just because the timing. Unless they can get another like 10 seconds out of it, it's not happening. They're just under 30 seconds. They're about 30 seconds behind the number 3. The number 3 is about 30 seconds ahead of the 202. So the 202 just needs to keep it clean again, keep it clean. Maybe try and push a little bit just to keep the gap what they need it to be.
I don't think it's over.
For
because I'm looking at the lap times.
for who?
The number 3 has made 0.5 and the 202 has made a 1.7. It's a second of difference. And now the gap is 37 seconds. So I really think the 4 is making it into P4 in the next couple of laps. Possibly. Because it's now 46 point. It's now 37.
It depends how the BMW reacts, because if the Aston's picking up pace, then the BMW will probably pick up the pace as well
The BMW.
to match it. Yeah.
The 202 is an Audi, not a BMW.
Oh, which one's the? Two of them are an Audi and one of them's a Beamer.
I'm talking about the 202, not the.
The
201.
202 Audi. It's the 201 that's a BMW. The 202 and the 203 Audis, yeah. But yeah, it just depends how the Audi reacts, to be honest. If they can keep it clean and they can push a little bit, they'll get it. They'll easily keep it. But yeah, it's the fact of if the Aston knows it needs to push, the Audi crew won't get an update until it comes across the timing line.
Currently it's 37.5 between the two.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends how much the Audi crew's pushing. Yeah, coming up to the final 30 minutes. The track temperature has dropped significantly, but there's no more scheduled pit stops. I think they've all been made at this point, unless someone's about half an hour out of sync from the rest of the field, which can happen, and has quite possibly happened with a few people who have had technical difficulties. But yeah, I think it's back down to 36.3, so the Audi's picked it up a little bit. So I think whatever the Aston's doing, the Audi's looking to respond to it again, just to keep that gap, so they can get fourth from that 40-second penalty on the 3. Meanwhile, Justin Dijkstra is still trying to make his way past that 169.
There is a problem. Porco is in the pit lane. They're in the pit lane. Not sure why. Let me see the stint. Oh, it's stint timer. It's true. They still had to make a pit stop. They are 108 on the timer. So they still had to make a pit stop, and this means that Giacomelli is effective in P4. And at this point, I think even Gewener and 203 have done against the place on Porco. Giacomelli already makes the overtake with Gewener behind in line, and Dana is 40 seconds behind, so even Dana gets in front possibly. So this put the number 3 in 7th position.
Yeah, we'll see where they come out at the end of the stop. Yeah, that's a lengthy stop, so that's a tyre change, driver change, and a fuel up, I think. Might not even be a driver change, to be honest. It's definitely a tyre change. But yeah, there are a fair few cars passing that Aston Martin. Justin Dijkstra is not really making too much ground on the 169 of Josh Cherrington. I think they are lapping pretty much identical times.
The thing is that the Bentley and the Aston Martin are milliseconds apart.
7/100ths on the previous lap. They were
0.1.422 for the Aston and 0.1.492. Yep.
Yeah, 7/100th on the last lap, which to be fair, especially race laps, is impressive.
By the way, Porco has come out 5 tenths now in front of the Ferrari. So this puts a possible battle for 7th in the very late seconds of the race. Maybe.
They've served that 40-second penalty.
40, yeah.
That. Oh, if they've had to do a stop,
Yes,
then they will have done the penalty before it. That will have been a painful stop for the number 3 crew.
The thing is that looking at the time screen, it's possible that now Porco and the free lineup per se have put
I think
fuel.
Porco's got a better chance.
Drive through for Rats! Drive through for Rats in the 444 plus 10 seconds. So this puts Farina.
Well then,
Farina is
how far
maybe
back is Farina?
32 seconds, but the drive through is 25 plus 10 seconds is 35. So now Farina is battling for a win.
You see, this is why I say they need to keep it clean and consistent, because that may have just lost them the race.
Well, for Rats for sure.
Yeah, like Rats now has to pray that they can do a very good drive-through and then keep pace so they don't get overtaken. But where is Farina? Farina is coming up to Spoon right now. They go into the pits. They're losing the lead. They're not serving it this lap, and I know why.
Clean air?
No, they're gonna try. No, they're gonna try and get one hell of an in lap. They're gonna try and push on this lap to get in and get some time on the car behind, to try and offset that drive-through.
The thing is that for average it was justifiable to try to push as much as possible because they weren't losing anything and they were just gaining at the best. For Rats it was kinda...
There was no reason.
It was no reason to push like that because...
The only thing they'd be pushing for is fastest lap, because I think you get a point for that.
And the fastest lap was 59.5, so it was a bit far from possibility. So differently from Airbridge team in the 49 lineup, they had something to lose.
He's ringing that McLaren out.
I think he's also using track limits.
What do you mean 10 seconds? They've only got to drive through. They just have to drive through the pit lane.
No, they have drive-through plus a 10 second. Drive-through for track limits and 10 seconds for the penalty for the incident. So it puts 25 point...
Did they not serve that at the
10.
previous stop?
No, they didn't. They didn't make a stop when the penalty was applied, since the penalty was applied. They never did a pit stop. So there is the 10 second penalty is still behind the drive-through. So it's 25.
Oh dear.
Because the drive-through is around 25 if I remember correctly. No, maybe it's 20, not 25. Let me see. No, it's 30 seconds, the drive-through. So, effectively, they will lose 40 seconds.
So they've lost the lead.
For now, yes. They have to make 7 seconds.
They're still not doing it. They have one more lap.
6 seconds.
They have one more lap to do it.
So this put Farina possibly 6 seconds ahead of Rats in the next 24 minutes. The 444 lineup in the Renvelten Esports youngster has to make... Ooh! Our fastest lap time has been made by Porco in the number 3 lineup. So now the Virtual Racing team has the fastest lap time in hands with a 59.270.
Yeah, I think the yeah, the 444, like, yeah, especially at Suzuka, if you don't have the fastest lap and you don't have fresh tire, like, just don't go for it. But you could tell they're taking the exit, like the mid of the Degnas, like really wide, and
I think they are losing the track limits.
They're pushing a lot.
Which is actually a possible strategy. They are using back 2 track limits to make as much as possible.
You don't do that. That's the worst decision you can make. If you got a drive through, if you get more, you have to serve that drive through before you start getting any more warnings. Otherwise you can get in serious trouble.
I never tried it, so I don't know if...
I have seen people do it and it doesn't end well.
Ah, okay.
But no, you don't. Either way, you don't go, okay, we've cleared off our track limits, let's go get a few more. At that point, you keep it clean, because you've already hampered your race by pushing too much to get and got a drive through, which they should be serving this time. Yep. So they need to make sure they don't speed in the pit lane. So where is Farina? Back straight. 114's dropped it at the S's. Yellow flag out there. Is moving out of the way of the track. Yeah, 3130R. 444's lost the lead. Even before the end of the drive-through.
Ooh, and Muddle makes the overtake on the 177. That's for 15th
They're
position.
just out of the pits. Okay, I genuinely thought that the Beamer was gonna... Okay. That's getting very messy into turn 1.
I think Farina has lost several seconds with the back markers. Ah no, it's... Okay, yeah. There is... I was right in my calculations. Because Farina now is, as I said before, 5 seconds ahead of the McLaren. Not in the track, obviously, but
Yeah,
in
so
terms of timing.
that's not 10... I don't think that gap's 10 seconds.
No, it's 5.
4.6, okay. So that McLaren needs to get past any back markers and run. Just run. To have any chance of winning.
Thing is that Farina is running 0.7 since basically the start of the stint, and Rats was lapping 0.2. So they should have 10 laps. Looking at the timing screen, they should have 10 laps. So maybe at the very last second they can put the 10-second gap they need. Because as it stands, I can see in the timing screen they have 5.1. And making alpha second per lap means that they need 10 laps, which is exactly the number of laps that is remaining. Muddle with another drive-through for track limits, so 991 has another. They were in 15th, just overtaking the 177, and now they will get back into possibly even behind Fedele. Not really sure about it because it's 23 now. Yes, it's going to be 17th position back for Muddle in the 991 for exceeding track limits. And meanwhile, there is a battle behind for 20th position because Serrington, G-Stra and Smudgy are making passes or trying to make passes for another position.
Yeah, it's 4.9. That engine of the McLaren's being wrung out as high as it can. But that McLaren's got traffic. And it's into the Degners and the hairpin as well, so it needs to clear it really, really quick. See how Rats is getting on. Rats is stuck between two cars right now. And that back marker has let him go at spoon, which is really what that McLaren needs, because that BMW is just coming at a spoon as well. So yeah, Rats has really been ringing that McLaren out, but Farina has to keep it clean while also negotiating traffic, which is why it went from 5 seconds to 4.3 between Rats and Farina. So is all to play for. One thing I will just dip away from this just a second, because I believe there are 3 cars all racing for P20. Justin Dijkstra, Smuggy, and Josh Cherrington.
Yeah, it's the overtakes I was talking about earlier. Because it was the Aston Martin in front of the duo that has been first being overtaken by the Bentley in the SS, who is now being faced by the Mercedes, who has overtaken the Aston Martin in the spoon because the Aston Martin made a mistake in the outside of the spoon, went into the green turf. And now the Mercedes is trying the overtake on the Bentley. Oh, the 25 is off. In last turn. I think that the Bentley has made a very interesting overtake in the SS, has really thrown the car, and luckily no contact has been made. And the Mercedes was kinda doing the same thing on the Bentley. Well, trying more than anything. Now the 189 in the slipstream. We will try in the spoon. Stays behind.
No, he's going to try it into 130R if anything. If he gets a good exit. Bit too far back for spoon.
The Bentley. Well, for 140R.
Probably got the same exit, although I think the Merc. Jesus, that Merc's good in a straight line. He's backed off there going into 130R. That Merc backed off.
Ooh, completely cast the chicane. Wonder if that's a drive, a track limit.
He took a fair chunk out of it, didn't he?
I think it was a track limit, but if they have some track limits to use,
it's going to be into turn 1.
tries it.
Bentley's placed very nicely there. Very nicely.
Oh, a bit wide for the Bentley. The grassy goes.
Hey, it's fine. He was still on the runoff. That Mercedes does have a really good front end sometimes.
The Mercedes has an astonishing speed in turn in.
It does have some grunt under the bonnet, yeah.
Dana is making a pit stop. Let me see if it was odd. Dana has made a pit stop, and it wasn't.
Yeah, two or threes in the pits. That's probably a needed pit stop. That.
I think it was fuel related because the stint timer was on 42 minutes. So I think it was fuel related. I think they mistook some fuel, and now they are. Yeah, it was definitely fuel related because it was a very short pit stop, and now they are back behind Dubiel in P8. So this put Porco back in 6th position at least, and Dubiel in 7th with Anna in the 203, 1.6 seconds behind the Ferrari.
Still keeping an eye on this battle with the Merc and the Bentley. Has the Merc got it this time? He's having a look. He's backing out of that. Thought better of it.
The Bentley has been very aggressive all this time, so trying a move there, it's not going to be beneficial for.
I mean, it's the thing is, it's like if you can get enough of your car through there, it's basically a factor of who's gonna do. It's basically like playing chicken. Who's gonna back off first? Getting very close to the front of that Merc and the rear of that Bentley as they both hit the braking turn-ins for turn 1. Bentley running again, just maybe a little wide. Miss it. Bentley definitely clipping the curb there. Upsetting the car, and the Merc is staring right at the gearbox. You can probably see the serial number. And that's brought that's bringing Josh Cherrington into it as well. Hopefully there is no contact in there.
Rapid update on the front end.
Still like 5
Porco
seconds, aren't they? Top 2.
Well, Porco has just made the fastest lap time again, 59.2124 for the Aston Martin driver, and the gap in the first 2 positions is 4.6 seconds. So for now, Farina is winning the race because the 444 can't make the half second that was required 8 minutes ago.
He's had a look into spoon and he's gone wide.
More than
and
a
he's
bit
upset
wide.
the car. So Josh Cherrington's now having a look in that Aston Martin. That was a little bit ambitious there from Smuggy. And he has lost a lot of ground, and he's give that Aston Martin a half a chance, which is all it needs. So yeah, the
thing is that the Aston Martin was in front of the duo, so the Aston behind them definitely wants back the places he has lost.
Yeah, Mercedes taking maybe a few liberties with the track limits there. Just try and catch up to that Bentley once again. Sticking in the slipstream to get as much top speed out of it as possible.
To this side he goes.
It was, I believe it was the Mercs that didn't really like high curbs. The BMWs just eat them like a Bentley. Oh, that Aston going a little bit for the glass. Yeah, I mean the Mercs don't tend to be too bad on the curbs. It's just the fact the rear end can be quite light, especially if you're trying on the power. But it's just there the weight's distributed because the Merc basically has like a 2-mile long bonnet, and then you basically just sat right at the back. So. I'd probably call it, I wouldn't call it desperation, I'd probably say opportunistic. And maybe just a little bit ambitious, because you've got about 10 minutes left of an hour race.
You have an update to give you. 5 seconds penalty have been established to the 444 lineup for an incident that has not been shown yet. But it is now 5 seconds more than before, so now Rats needs to make another 10 seconds, not even 5. So, unless a major thing happens, Farina has it into the bag with 10 to go.
Oh, the Mercedes is going for it up the inside of the chicane. He's got the move. Mercedes has got it. And away it goes.
And now we've got the Aston Martin on the back of Justin Dijkstra going down straight into turn 1. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Aston maybe having another look. Yeah, there is an extra 5-second penalty for Rats.
Ooh, battle for 7th. Side by side into 130R, Audi on the outside, Ferrari on the inside. They are side by side into the chicane. And Audi backs off. Just in time to not make any crash between the two of them. That's a battle for 7th. You know, the Audi is back in the mirror of the Ferrari. They were side by side in 130R. It was astonishing to see from outside. Now the Audi makes the pass on the outside. He tries it at
Nope,
least.
going for the inside again. Nearly contact between the two cars there. Ferrari's just hanging on.
Into the aces they go. Thing is that since the 5 second has been established to Rats, Farina has made it in the most comfortable way to make his lap times. He has lapped 01.8 because he can't risk it anymore now that he knows it. So he is taking it as slow as possible and as safely as possible to make it into the line in P1. So a bit of calmness and tranquility for the Italian driver currently in P1.
Yeah, meanwhile, these two are going at it like no one's business. Yeah, it's never over Simeon, not till the flag drops. Oh, he's going for a look up the inside of Spoon, trying to now go around the outside. Ferrari holding station, Audi running maybe a little bit wide on the entry there. Ferrari keeping it nice and tidy and getting a nice exit down onto the back straight towards 130R. So I think the Audi's lost a tad of time there. Just being a bit little messy through Spoon, I think.
It's beautiful to see that after 8 hours there are still 3 battles going on in the track. One is for P7, the other is for P21, and the other is for P24. In the straight, side by side. Oh, contact!
Yeah, a little bit of rubbing and
More
grazing.
contact!
Massive
More
contact, and they are both
The Audi's off!
off track.
The Ferrari's off, and the Audi's off! That's disaster for the duo, who puts now, I think, goals in a position of interest because now.
Yeah, that is. I think that's goals has just gone through, hasn't it?
No, Goals is still behind them.
Goals is still behind them. It's the.
He is 4 seconds behind Dubiel, who is now 7 seconds behind Anna. But obviously Stewart will be looking at it.
Yeah, that's something that won't be done before the races end. I believe.
I think it's going to be a massive slap in the wrist.
That's something that will be sorted in the stewards' room. That one.
So this puts the only battle on track in P21.
As to who finishes ahead of who. So about 6 minutes to go. Our race leader, Orlando Rats, has a 15-second penalty. They're 6.5 seconds ahead of Francesco Farina, who will look to be the victor when the flag drops due to that 15-second penalty. And then a battle for 24th.
Right, sorry, because the 5 seconds has been applied, but I'm not really sure for what.
Yeah, they've not been. They haven't specifically stated what as of yet. Yeah, Josh Sherrington is still trying to get past Justin Dijkstra in that 48 Bentley at the moment. So it is the two British manufacturers going head to head against each other at the moment. And I think that's the only other battle we have on track now, isn't it?
No, there is another. Gewinner against Giacomelli, because Gewinner is gaining 7 tenths per lap on Giacomelli, and now the gap is 1.5 seconds between the Aston and the Audi. That's for P4. Drive through for medal. Okay. It's getting redundant.
I'm not sure what record they're trying to break at the moment. If it's the one for most drive-throughs. There was a Ferrari there that looked to be going fairly wide into 130R. Not really what you want to be doing. So Giacomelli has a 1.4 second lead over Gewinner, with 4.5 minutes left to run. So we've got about where's the leader? We've got about 3 laps remaining.
.8 for Gewinner, 1.6 for Giacomelli. That's 8 times of difference. So I think the battle will come to the very last lap between the two of them. That's for effectively just the place lower than podium.
You haven't seen who's in front of Garina, have you?
Yep, I'm seeing it.
So, for anyone who does not know what we're on about, the 201 is currently in second. So, the 42 could overtake, but they would then get blue flags. However, the car directly ahead of the 201 on track is the 202, which is their sister car. So, this may be a fact where teamwork will kind of help them out here, because the 201 can basically cruise at a fairly still decent race pace, and you know, just maybe exactly a little bit of team play, maybe just hold the Aston a little bit, and the Aston crew will know that's exactly what they're doing.
No, the Aston needs to pass them. They tried, maybe no, okay, they don't, but Gewinner in the Leopard Esports lineup, they have to overtake Farina and get away with it. So it's a bit of a hard task to ask for, because there are 2 laps to go, and now the gap, thanks to the teamwork, is now 1.6.
It's about 1.5 just as they cross the line. Oh, the 201 ran a little bit wide there. Maybe spooked the Aston a little bit as it came back onto the track. So we've got this lap and we have one more.
Ooh,
So
there
then-
is an overtake
the
for
ne-
21st.
So the next lap will be the last lap.
Contact between... No, maybe no. The Aston onto the Bentley. Contact between the Aston and the Bentley. Again. It's getting spicy behind there. The Bentley really has been one of the cars that has had possibly the highest number of fightings in track until now. It has been the car that has been battling for position the most, in my opinion, that Bentley.
That Aston got very sideways through Dunlop. You could hear the tyres just scraping across the track. The back end just stepped out way too much for the driver's liking, more than likely. So I think Suzuka's a
The leader is off! Rat is off! Rat is off track! He has spun the car!
He's dropped in at spoon.
So now Farina is not only time speaking, but even on track physically, leader of the race. Considering that Airbridge is 31 seconds behind,
So
now the drive-through.
this is it. 8 hours, and this is the last lap of the race. Currently being led by Francesco Farina.
thing is that now that I think about it, the drive through the Hairbridge took is now P2 potential that I've lost. If you think about it.
I don't think so. I think Rats is still too far ahead.
No, I mean the drive through the 49 has peaked some time ago. If they hadn't had the drive through, they would be at least in P2.
Yeah, they would have been. They would have definitely been up there. Yeah.
Maybe even first.
They wouldn't have been first. The 201s just had solid pace. The 201's just been solid. But I think the 201's done enough for the... What was it? 2, 3... Oh, it was trying to help.
Yeah, I don't think a winner will have the chance to pass Giacomelli, considering that the leader, Francesco Farina, is currently ahead of him and ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
Already flashing the lights, understanding what is going to happen.
They come through 1:30 hour for the final time for the 8 hours of Suzuka. The winning car will be the 201 BMW from the SPQR racing team. And there... Oh, no. Where's the flag? There it is. It's a little bit later than the F1. And there we go. So it's a solid result for SPQR, who currently have two cars in the... Well, they now have two cars in the top four. And the third one is currently in 7th. So that was definitely a very interesting race. Let's pick up with... Where did these two finish? Josh Cherrington finishing just behind Justin Dijkstra, unable to make a move on that one there, as someone has gone straight on at turn 1. I know it's the end of the race, but 169 just parking up next to the 189. And that is a nice picture, that isn't it? Just three cars just sitting very nicely on the track. Can I get a better camera angle of that? No, apparently I can't. Thank you very much. And the 189 proceeds to turn off its TC and do a few donuts to mark the end of the race, and hopefully not have any collisions, because the game will still penalise you even though the flag has dropped. So that is something to be worried about. So the last car to cross the line will be the 202, and we have been told that the winners, they will be asked to do an interview. They may refuse, they may ask us to, they may say no, but obviously it is something that the admin team, by admin team I mean us, will ask. So yeah, we're just going to wait and watch as the 202 does cross the line, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if I can find the right details, we have at least. We have at least one of the drivers for the winning car today, the 201 BMW, currently joined in the box by Matteo Mirano. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys. It was a tough race, really. It was an extraordinary result. We started 9th due to a mistake in Super Pole. We made 5 overtakes in the first stint. Then we made a completely wrong strategy, putting the wet tires when it started to rain. We lost about 40 seconds, which we had to recover pushing on track, but it's okay, we won.
So like in terms of like the overall race itself, you had a fair few things definitely go your way. I mean, for one, the number three the number three unfortunately had technical issues.
Yeah.
Which regardless of if you were fighting them, it's like no one wants to see that happen to a competitor. So it's always something that you always pray for the best in terms of hardware, because you'd rather fight them on track than through like technical issues. And then the 444 had a total of 15-second penalty, 10 seconds, and then another 5 on that. But you didn't need that in the end anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was a shame for the Aston Martin technical issue, but it's the motorsport.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunately one of those one of those things. But I do believe SPQR had, first of all, you had 2 cars in the top 4, which is great, and I think the final car was 7th, I believe.
Yeah, they were unlucky because in the technical issue of the Aston Martin, they hit they made an incident with the Aston Martin, so
They got caught.
they lost a lot of time. Yeah, so it could be a P2, P3, and P4, but it's okay. P1, P4, and P7, honestly.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a great haul of points for the team, isn't it? So
yeah.
even though you have had even if you have had issues, you can at least you can take comfort in the fact that all of your cars were finished in the top 10. So I don't think you got the fastest lap. I think you were just beaten to it. There were definitely a couple of people going for the fastest lap there.
Yeah, I think the Audi 49 got the fastest lap.
Nope. It was another Porco with the Aston 3.
Ah,
Yeah, the
okay,
number 3
okay.
With
got
the
it. They got it near the
42.
end.
42. 59.2.
Ah, okay, because in the last stint it was with low fuel, with less fuel, so you can try a quali lap. And then nothing. And now I have to go. I just want to say thanks to my team and to my teammates for this race, and nothing.
Do you have
See
time
you.
for a question? Just one.
Yeah. Sure.
I want to know what was the reaction, because I think you were all in the voice chat for yourself.
Yeah.
When you saw the penalty.
The last penalty.
Yep.
But we were quite sure to win because we had a pace. We are trying to didn't.
No, not the last. Sorry, the drive-through.
Ah, the drive-through. Ah, yeah, the drive-through. It was yeah, crazy a crazy moment in the vocal chat for us, and yeah,
I
scream.
suspect it
A
was
lot of
just
scream.
chaos and
Yeah.
shouting.
Yeah,
and
a
that's
lot of
it.
scream.
Yes.
Nothing.
Not too
Now
much
we
of
have
unfortunately, not too much of a break before we see you again back at the Nürburgring for 10 hours. It's in about 3 weeks, so
Yeah, 3 weeks in Nürburgring. We expect rain, so the race JSON server file. So we expect rain.
yeah. So yeah, congratulations on the win. Pass on the congratulations to your teammates, please, and yeah, we
Okay,
will
thanks.
we'll definitely see you in Germany.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, Mattia Morano for SPQR definitely put out a really good performance. They didn't really put a foot wrong. It was more fact they kind of won from circumstance, but I mean, you take it regardless. So yeah, you're finishing top 10. Francesco Farina in the 201. You then have Orlando Rats in the triple for McLaren, Vincent Erbeck in the 49 Audi, and then I'm trying to find how to pronounce that name, Daniele Giacomelli in the 202, the second SPQR racing team car, this one an Audi. We have the 42 Aston Martin of Gowina. And then we have the number 3 Aston Martin of Poco, again leading the race for quite a while, and then unfortunately having technical issues. We hope they are solved permanently for the next round. We then have Gdana in the final SPQR Racing Team 203 Audi. We have Adam DeBeal in the 500 Ferrari Forza Italia PLE Racing Team. Goals in the 22 Aston Martin in P9. And then rounding out your top 10 is the class winner for silver, which was Raven in the 28 Ferrari. Vincent Erbrick and Mats Linham Anderson in the 49, winner of the AM category as well there. And I'm just asking to see if it is the overall race winner, or if we're going to have a couple of class winners as well. So yeah, everyone's friendly about it in the chat, which is great to see. Thank you. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. Anyway, just while I try and get an answer from as I will ping him as well. Probably hate me for that, but oh well. Yep. So it was just the overall winner, which means that our coverage of the 8hrs of Suzuka has come to an end. Thank you everybody who has watched both part 1 and part 2. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to Driver 61 for helping power the AOR Endurance Championship, along with SIMSOK. Both of those you can find in the description of the stream. With Driver Sim Racing Academy, Driver 61. It's a 25% off consultation fee and a free coaching session when you use code AOR Driver 61. But again, all that information is in that. It will be on the AOR YouTube channel if you want to watch it again, if you want to watch all of it. I believe there's a playlist for the Endurance Championship Season 3. At least I hope so, because I set it up when we first started. So if it isn't, then I need to look at that. But yeah. Thank you to Tetradex and John for covering the first 4 hours. Mega job, guys, and much mad love for you guys. And thank you, Christian, for putting up with me for the remaining 4 hours.
Thanks to you to let me be part of the box and to shout at cars, as always. And yeah, I think that's next step is Nürburgring.
Yeah. So, if you can see on your screens now, so that is the remainder of the calendar. We have already covered the first 2 rounds. So we are back in 3 weeks for the 10 hours of the Nürburgring. Unfortunately, it is not the Nordschleife, I am sorry to say. But it is a fun track nonetheless. So don't forget to leave a like on the video if you did enjoy it. It is very much appreciated by everyone. If you enjoy the content AOR put out, then please feel free to subscribe. Other than that, all the information for AOR, if you want to take part in these, is again in the description, and we will hope to see you very, very soon. So thank you to Christian.
Thanks to you all, and thanks to everyone that has been involved in this race.
And we shall see you all next time.
Good night.